All right, welcome everybody to the Capital Projects Workshop. This is a non-voting meeting. If we could all stand and say salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Thank you. Eileen, roll call, please.
Mr. Jackson?
Here.
Mr. Kern?
Here.
Mr. Shermer?
Here.
Mr. Spear?
Here.
Mr. Reimers?
Here.
Mr. Hippoff?
Here.
Mr. Ayusu?
Here.
Mr. Lyons?
Here.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Here.
Thank you. Okay, announcements. So before this meeting, there was an executive session to discuss personnel topics. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Now on to a sad moment. We're going to have a moment of silence for QCSD District Service Center employee Marie Rusnick, who worked in the business office. Marie passed away on January 27th, 2025. Thank you. She will be missed. Okay, on to my president's report, which will be brief so we can keep going. So this is a special meeting. This is the Capital Projects Planning Workshop with presentations. No voting shall occur. This meeting will be in a town hall format. There will be presentations from PFM Financial Advisors and the Schrader Group Architectural Firm. After the presentations, there'll be time for public question and answer and comments. And that's all I have to say about that. I think I think just from a very high level and from something that's not written down on a piece of paper, we want this to be as transparent as possible. We want you to ask questions. We want to be able to answer as many questions as possible. We have some fabulous minds that will be giving presentations that have, quite frankly, more answers than we have. Nobody up here is an expert on doing a capital project of this size. What we can do is put all of our thoughts and ideas together to help the students in this community. And that's what this is really for. I'm hoping nobody gets upset tonight. Again, this is very high level. We will have at least one more of these. We are thinking about or wanting to do tours of potentially the 3 schools that are affected. So all that will be coming out at a later date. So just look at our website. Joe will be posting those things on our website. We'll put them out on social media pages and things of that nature. The board members up here with their Facebook pages, I know a few of us had put out information about this meeting and, pretty much begging the community to come. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all going to be paying for this. Everybody sitting here, that's a member of this community will be paying for this in one way or another. So it's important. Okay.
So President Hippoff, I have a quick question.
Sure.
When we do the presentations here, do you want board members to hold off on questions until the end of each presentation, or that's, I'm asking you your opinion on this
So my
ahead of
opinion
time?
is we definitely don't want to interrupt them as they're giving the presentation, because their next slide might answer a question that we're sitting up here with or a community member has. I believe after each I would say we're going to have the district presentation first. Dr. Freeman will be giving that. I think maybe we should hold off on questions from the board until all 3 are done, and then be able to go back and ask follow-up questions. The board's going to have a chance to ask questions first, and then when we exhaust everything that we have, we'd let the community come up. There's a timer up there. We are not going to use a timer tonight. 3 minutes. If you have more questions in 3 minutes, then we've got more time to answer them. We don't want this to go past 11 o'clock, so we will stop this at 11 o'clock. I will stop this at 11 o'clock just to be mindful of everybody's time. We have a lot of administrators over there that have to go look after our kiddos tomorrow. And we have real jobs up here as well. So, that being said, Mr. Kern?
Yeah, I would like, Mr. Hipoff, if you could kick us off before we start the presentations on why are we gathering here, what problems are we trying to solve?
I think I could give you all that information. I believe that after looking at Dr. Freeman's presentation, that everything that you just asked, he's going to be going over. So unless
Okay.
you want to hear it twice.
Okay.
Very good. I will turn it over to Dr. Freeman. Sir, it's all yours.
Thank you, Board President Hipoff. Good evening, everyone. For those of you in the crowd that don't know me, my name is Dr. Matthew Friedman. I'm the proud superintendent of schools of the Quakertown Community School District. And I am excited and honored to have this conversation this evening. I've been very fortunate in my career to be involved with many capital projects, and it's always a sign of growth and opportunity for the district. Quakertown Community School District is no different. And to think about the future for our children, for our staff, for our community as a whole is always, in my opinion, an exciting opportunity. As Board President Hipoff said, in the structure in Pennsylvania, all of us that live in the community pay school taxes, and the buildings in our district are truly and should be the centerpiece of the community. And whether you attend schools or not, quality public schools in any community help a community continue to grow and be prosperous. With that being said, I am going to, I promise, give a brief, relatively brief overview of the why. It should answer Board Member Kern's question and all the other board members. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge and thank the many people that helped give input to this presentation, specifically my Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Hoffman, cabinet members, and the administrative team that added input along the way to help craft this presentation so we could kick off, as Board President Hipoff said, a night of information and learning and starting to paint a clearer picture of the desired direction that we would like to go as a district moving forward. So I'm crossing my fingers that this works. I gotta turn it on? Oh,
Cross them a little tighter.
hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay. So to set the stage, you have to understand, as a superintendent of schools, as an administrative team, we really have three responsibilities, and I will talk through this from my lens as a superintendent of schools. Leadership, which is providing educational leadership to create the best possible experience for our students and support our staff who make it possible on a daily basis. I often say, and I said it not too long ago in our executive session, I believe in our schools, and as an educator, it starts and ends with quality education, or instruction. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Starts and ends with quality instruction inside the classroom. That being said, you need to create learning environments and learning spaces that are conducive to quality learning. And so when you have conversations like this, you really focus on what do the learning spaces look like, how are they conducive for students and for staff, and how can we best improve them on a daily basis. Our perspective, we consider numerous factors and viewpoints and situations, financial situations, the quality of our facilities, the needs of our facilities, much like if you own a house or There always seems to be things that you need to fix and improve, and you need to maintain the quality of our buildings on a daily basis. From a legal perspective, and we take the viewpoints of all stakeholders, both internally and externally, all the way from students to staff to the administrators to school board members, externally to parents and guardians and community members and people that truly have a voice and have an impact on the Quakertown Community School District. And the last is something that I focus on every day. It's management as well. It is my job as a superintendent of schools, like I said, to not only provide the highest quality education to all students in this district, K through 12, but we also need to be fiscally responsible on a daily basis. So we need to look at the most effective and dynamic experiences as possible, but we need to keep it within the realm of reality in terms of fiscal responsibility. So we will talk about that this evening as we start to dig into the other presentations. So what motivates me and our team on a daily basis? My goal from day one as a classroom teacher 25 plus years ago to today as a superintendent of schools of Quakertown is to continue to move this district forward. It is my mission in every aspect of what we do in this district to move this district forward. So when we talk as a cabinet and a leadership team, what can we do to make sure we're providing the best possible programming, looking at curricular opportunities K through 12 on a daily basis, what type of support are we providing to all students in this district, and what do the physical spaces in our schools look like. Your address in Quakertown should not dictate the opportunities that you have in our schools. And we have worked hard since my start in July of 2023 to make sure that we focus on the second word in our title, and that is community. We are not a district of schools. We are a cohesive and collective school district that provides equal opportunities across all buildings in this district. So it's our responsibility to try to find solutions to these challenges, which in essence has brought us to this meeting this evening. Two current challenges that we have continually identified and have been quite apparent to me since I came into this district day one. Our elementary schools are becoming overcrowded. We will talk tonight about the number of students in our schools. I will turn the microphone over in a few minutes to Dr. Hoffman to talk about some numbers in our schools and the capacities in our schools. But our elementary schools are overcrowded. We are very fortunate in our district to have neighborhood schools. I am a product of a school district growing up where we had neighborhood schools, and it was impactful to me. And it's important for us to maintain that in this district. So how do we get there? How do we maintain neighborhood schools without having to bus students across town to find space in other buildings? The second thing that we really need to focus on, a one grade level building is not, in our opinion, and research shows this, is not educationally sound. In layman's terms, let me just share this. Change is not not easy for students, and it's not easy for adults a lot of the time. And we want to try to eliminate the amount of transitions students have to take. You have to try to put yourself in the shoes of your children and look at it through the lens, no matter if they're, a fifth grader, an eighth grader, it doesn't matter. When you're going to a new environment, a new setting, seeing new faces, new teachers, that's difficult. So looking at eliminating the amount of transitions that we have in our district. The current structure we have, as you know, we have 5 K through 5 buildings. We currently have a 6th grade center. We have a 7-8 building, and we have a 9 through 12 high school. So looking at potential opportunities, several opportunities to eliminate a transition or reconfigure a transition where you have a longer, potentially a longer stay than 1 year in a building. Now, I'm not going to read all of this. You can read this at your leisure, and this presentation will, I think it already is, but will be up on the district website, and we'll tell you at the end of the presentation or at the end of the evening where to find this on our district website. But Quakertown is not immune to change, and we have been very open to change over the past 25 years. This is a snapshot from 1999 to the present. It always makes me pause a little bit because 1999 seems not that long ago, but it's 25 plus years ago at this point. But we've had a lot of configurations and change over time. We've had multiple leadership changes through multiple superintendents, multiple configurations of the school board, multiple configurations of both district and building leadership, but we've made positive change over time. And the needs of any district, as you can imagine, change over time as the community changes, as it grows, as the needs change based off of the life expectancy of buildings, the facilities, the wear and tear on facilities, how much growth there are in certain parts of Quakertown community. But as you can see, we have made changes. Some have been embraced, some, people have questioned along the way. But the one thing that I just wanted to resonate with everyone is that change has occurred over the past 25 years. And while we're talking about more change this evening, change can be a very big positive. And this is the second half of that timeline, but a significant amount of change to this district. So let me dig in for the next couple minutes about what drives facilities changes. What are the conversations we are having behind closed doors administratively? What are we talking about with the school board when we have facilities committees? What are we talking about internally when I meet with the cabinet, when we talk to the administrators, when we meet with different organizations and different groups? What drives facilities changes? And there's multiple things. And like I said, these are drivers as your community and district starts to evolve over time. These are things that you need to look at, and these are things that are front and center for me as a superintendent and my cabinet and our administrative team. So the first one, facility status. What are the repairs? What is the maintenance, the design of spaces? How does it relate to modern needs? The needs of students in 2025 are much different than they were, 20, 30, 50, 100 years ago. Things evolve, things change. The idea of, traditional classrooms and the structures that we have in place in a lot of buildings have evolved over time. The need for open space, the need for collaboration, the need for more movement in our buildings meets the needs of what our students will experience when whatever path they take beyond the walls of the schools in our district. We want to provide them those opportunities in our schools. And we want to provide them an environment that is conducive to learning, like I said. And no matter what school you go to, you have the right as a taxpayer in this district, as a student in this district, to have that same experience any place that we go. So looking at our facilities, and our facilities department, led by Rob, does an amazing job maintaining our buildings. But as we know, Father Time wins every time, and our buildings continue to get older and older. District enrollment, both current and projected enrollments. We have current numbers, but we also have projected enrollments. we took a lot of time. I worked with members of the Board Facilities Committee. We met with every township and borough, and we looked at projections of potential houses being built, potential housing units, apartments, and things of that nature, what things are going to look like, what are projected over the next 10 years, and what that could look like for Quakertown Community School District. And I can tell you that these are positive conversations that we're having when you're talking about growth. I've been on the other side of the coin in my career when you're talking about declining enrollment and you're having other types of conversations, but this has been a positive that, you know, we have the space and people have the desire to move into our community, which, you know, is something that I can tell you from a professional standpoint I embrace, because that just means that with the population going up, we can increase the opportunities for the students in our districts, and we talk about capital improvements like we are this evening. The capacity and use of facilities, which I kind of touched on before, how much space is truly available to meet our student needs. You know, oftentimes numbers on a paper don't equate to the best learning environment for students in our schools. So if you can technically squeeze in 30+ students into a classroom, is that really conducive to an opportune learning environment for our students? So there are guidelines that we have to meet. There are recommendations from the Pennsylvania Department of Education. There are, you know, things that Schrader Group will talk about later this evening along those lines, but we need to make sure that the capacities in our buildings are balanced based off the size of those buildings, and we need to make sure that we are utilizing space in the best possible way. The financial status of the district, you know, what is feasible and what is reasonable. We'll hear from PFM tonight. We will talk about, well, what does this look like to taxpayers in our district? What does it look like to our budget as a whole? How are we going to afford and how are we going to get there to be able to provide these opportunities for students in our district? The shifting population through our district, you know, it's been interesting to look at this over the past 18+ months that I've been in the district, that as one area grows, another area might decline, so it starts to balance. But then as we continue to talk to the other municipalities, you know, there is potential for a lot of growth in certain areas, and we need to adjust to where the growth and declines are happening throughout our community. So looking at the boundaries of the neighborhoods and where students go to school, how much size we need in each building, how much room we need, and meeting the needs not only currently but long-term as well. You never want to build just for the right now, you want to build for the future as well. So we'll have those conversations, and that's something that we look at. We probably have those conversations almost on a daily basis at this point because of the needs that we currently have in this district. And the educational goals, which configuration of grades leads to the best outcomes for students? As I mentioned, we want to provide amazing opportunities for our students, and we've put some incredible initiatives in since the start of my tenure as superintendent in this district. But how can we continue those? What types of learning spaces and learning environments are going to be most conducive to the success of our students K through 12? And we need to take a look at that. And it's kind of, I always equate it to a giant puzzle. How do we fit all these puzzle pieces together so we can provide the best learning environment for our students and our community moving forward? So let's go back a few years, and I wanted to lay this foundational piece for everyone. Many of you, not only sitting at the table right here, board members, but people in the audience and people watching at home, remember back in 2021, there were many conversations about looking at our facilities and the configuration and capital project proposals moving forward. These conversations are not in isolation just because they are in 2025. These are a continuation, truly, of conversations that we had in 2021, 2018, 2015, 1998, I believe someone told me. There have been many iterations over the years. This is not just a disconnected conversation. This is a continuation of the conversations, the important conversations that we had in 2021. Now, you realize in 2021, there was a different makeup of the school board, there were different administrators in the district, there was different leadership in this district, and there were different needs. Most importantly, there were different needs in the district. And over the past 4 years, because of a litany of reasons, things have changed. But we wanted to remember and truly memorialize and respect the work, the important work that was done in 2021, and talk about it tonight and reiterate and lay that foundation that these conversations are truly a continuation of those back in 2021. So to bring back what we talked about back then, let me quickly review what we discussed back in 2021. There was input from parents, staff, community, studying multiple options, much like we're talking about this evening. The input was crucial from all these stakeholder groups, and there were a lot of great ideas from what I understand, and from what I've seen through all the documents that were brought forward. Both the administration and the school board talked to the architectural firm to solve our current challenges, but they also considered a vast amount of input that had been gathered over the past few years from a lot of different stakeholder groups, community members, parents, administrators, school board, and so on. So a brief summary of that work. The committee spent months evaluating the facilities, the enrollment projections, the capacity, the educational benefits, financial realities, the different configurations. Much of what I just mentioned that drives me drove this committee back in 2021. They considered issues like class size, parity of programs, impact on transportation, and community thoughts about each school. Now, I will tell you a little caveat to that. Back in 2021, there was a not to say it was right or wrong, there was a little different leadership approach than my approach to the district. There was a lot of autonomy for each of the buildings, and so my vision coming into the district was really to have cohesive, connective programming across the district instead of looking at buildings as individual entities. And we considered a wide number of options, which I'll talk about right now. So how did we arrive at those decisions in 2021? Well, we were respectful of the work that we did in 2021, and we use that as a driver to drive a lot of the conversations that we're going to be talking about this evening in 2025. But the 2021 committee, which I said, many of the voices are here this evening, explored the impact of each option on the school community. And those were as follows, and you can see it on the screen. Academic programming, building capacity, which I talked about, cost effectiveness, being fiscally responsible, programmatic impacts, facility equity, special education programs, student disruption, and personnel, how we were going to staff those buildings and what it looked like. The final recommendation at the time was on the website. We're reposting those documents on our website, and we'll tell you where those will be shared along with the current presentations. So the 2021 committee had several options that you will see listed here. They narrowed it down to two. Option A and option G, which I will not read through. You can look at the chart, but they narrowed it down to two. Option A consisted of 5 elementary schools, K-5, renovating QE. This might bring back a lot of memories for some people. Option G was 5 elementary schools, K to 6, and the 6th grade center would become the new QE. So a lot of thoughts back then, a lot of good thoughts, a lot of good conversations. I wasn't part of any of them. The final recommendation was option A, to renovate QE, keep 5 elementary schools K to 5. Strayer Middle School would remain 7-8. The 6th grade center would continue to be grade 6. Ultimately, for a litany of reasons, the district did not move forward at the time, and the conversations started to gain traction again during my tenure when I started here in July of '23. So let's shift to 2024 and additional considerations. As I told you, we built upon the amazing work that others had done in years past, but we looked at not only the work of the 2021 committee, but our immediate needs right now and what we're projecting out, what the leadership team is projecting out for the future as well. So where have we landed with looking at all of that data, getting all of that input from stakeholder groups, looking at past information, looking at future information? We believe that Quakertown Elementary should be retained as a K-5 school in the borough. We looked at 10-year enrollment projections. They do not indicate a decline as the data showed several years ago. That will provide the relief needed to the elementary schools. In fact, I'm excited to share with you, we are looking at gains as opposed to declines, which I think is always a benefit to a community and a district. We believe a true 6 to 8 model would be preferred from an educational standpoint. I mentioned transitions and eliminating transitions. We believe eliminating a building like the 6th grade center, even though it is loved and revered by many in this district, we feel that having students in one building and eliminating that extra transition where they're only there for 1 year would be beneficial for them from a academic standpoint, from a mental health standpoint. We're looking at things from a fiscal standpoint, from a personnel standpoint, and really looking at things from a curricular and cohesive 6 to 8 model standpoint. Having a standalone 1 grade level building, we don't feel, as I just mentioned, is not educationally or fiscally ideal to the district at this point moving forward. Running redundant programming, for example, having 2 middle schools, we feel is not educationally or fiscally ideal. We have talked about lots of iterations, what the 6th grade center could evolve into, and what Strayer could evolve into, but we feel having 1 location and 3 grades in 1 place would be ultimately the best for the district in the current structure and moving forward for the future. And something that had been discussed for many years, we feel confidently that relocating district office is not a priority at this point in time. We are very happy with this building, this location, the space that this building affords us, and we are dedicated to looking at making maybe some minor changes to continue to improve this space and meet our needs, but we do not feel that we need to relocate district office at this time, which is, as you'll see in the conversations, actually is a driver to the conversations that we've been having. So now I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Lisa Hoffman, and she's going to talk about some current numbers that we have at the elementary level.
Sure, thank you. Good evening. So I just want to kind of set the stage a little bit about this image, which I don't want to steal all the thunder from the later presentation where you'll see this again, but the reason why I asked if I could kind of put this snip in here is because I am well aware from the education committee meetings, from board meetings, that it is not a secret to any of you in the audience, any of you in the schools, that currently our space in our elementary buildings is less than ideal. In some buildings, I think it borders on an uncomfortable level, I'll say in the kindest way that I possibly can. And I have really appreciated the opportunity since taking on the role of doing enrollment 2 years ago to be able to work with a new enrollment system and kind of change the way that we are looking at the numbers. Those of you who have kind of like stuck with my speaking about this in education committee meetings before know how important it is to me that every one of our students is counted in these numbers. And in some earlier iterations of our numbers, we were only selecting students who were in regular education classrooms for a full day. And I think that, unfortunately, while I understand, I think, the reasoning behind that, it neglected to provide us for an opportunity for many of our students in specialized programs who still need a desk in a classroom at some point during the day. And so one of the things that I think we're most proud of as an education committee is that these numbers represent a true number of students in our buildings, and that is wonderful. But those of you who are in buildings know that in some of our buildings, and right now actually almost all of our buildings, it is really tight. It is really tight. And in many of our buildings, we don't feel like right now we are able to provide the experience that we want for our students. In many buildings, we don't have rooms anymore for specialized programs like art or music. In a lot of programs, small group instruction is taking place in hallways, it's taking place in closets. I don't feel that it's unsafe, but it is far less than ideal. One of the reasons why I think it's important to also look at this chart with the yellow is because in the past, we were really focused on multiple ways of looking at capacity. And we were saying, well, this is what we're currently using in our building. And I really appreciate the opportunity to work with David Schrader and talk about what is actually the functional use of this building. Not how are we using it now, but what can we actually do to make sure that we are effectively, safely, and efficiently using our building spaces to meet our mission. And in that case, you see that the numbers are even like worse than they are in how we're using it now. And that's another thing that has concerned our group. So here what we've done, and we'll talk about this later, is to select the year that we have the largest overall elementary enrollment. And while that doesn't mean that in any given year it's the largest that NIDIG will see or the largest that POF will see, this is the largest that we will see as an elementary collective, because we could always redistrict if we needed to. And so the real concern is that in this year, where you see us at 123% capacity, 111% capacity, there would be nowhere to move these students to. And that's, I think, the kind of like flashing alarm bell that we don't take the word crisis lightly, but there is nowhere for the kids to go. So when you hear later that in all of the options, as Dr. Friedman said, this time we took all of the options out that closed QE and moved students somewhere else because there's nowhere else for them to go. And in these numbers that we gave to our team that looked at these capacities in our use, we counted every student and accounted for a percentage of new students coming in from all of the developments that are set to be, brought forth in the next 10 years. And that's also a new way of looking at it, because we all know that they're coming. You see the signs up, you see, that land has been sold. And what we don't want to do, especially for those of us who have either been up here or over here, and Rob and I kind of had this conversation because we've both been through this a few times in different iterations, that we don't want to have this same conversation in 3 years again, that we don't have enough room. Next slide. No? Did you say? Oh. Oh, okay.
I thought someone said that. Okay.
I thought someone said no. I was like, well,
Thank
okay,
you.
well, that's all I had.
That's
so.
what I thought. That's what I thought.
All right, no.
That's what I
okay.
thought.
I said, oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hoffman.
You want
So-
questions later, right?
Yes, yes. We'll go back. I promise. We will go back. So let's talk about our current challenge. Let's dig in for a few minutes to one of the proposals this evening and one of the buildings that has been a topic of many, many conversations for many years, Quakertown Elementary School. And let's talk about currently what we have evaluated, our facilities department has brought forward to us, what we have looked at from outside experts, from internal experts, from our director of facilities to the people in that department. And the costly repairs are continuing to add up in Quakertown Elementary, beyond the fact that we have limited space, beyond the fact that the configuration of learning spaces is really not conducive to modern learning environments that we want to provide to our students. So we realize, like all schools, Quakertown Elementary is a very important part of our community for a multitude of reasons. I don't really feel like I need to rehash those. We note a historical connection that we have to Quakertown Elementary in this district, how it was the original high school in this district, and it has a lot of what I consider sentimental value. But let's talk about briefly some of the things that, unfortunately, as time marches on, some of the things that continue to break down in that building. There is the need for significant electrical upgrades. There is the potential, there is asbestos and lead paint remediation needed at some points. There is full window replacement needs in that building. That not only is it unacceptably hot in the warmer months, where we sometimes have to dismiss the students and staff early because unbearable heat. It also, even though we have HVAC in that building, the windows do not keep the building particularly warm and in the cold weather as well. The building, and this is very significant, is not ADA compliant. We have stairwells, but we have no access to the second floor if you have needs that you can't get up and down a flight of stairs. There are a multitude of safety upgrades that we are continuing to look at. We have addressed some initial ones, but that the building requires continued work in terms of safety of our staff and students. The HVAC, as I mentioned, is existent, but it also is very limited and is due for a full replacement, and that would be a domino effect of other things that we would have to replace along with that. There are many exterior repairs that are needed at this point. We are looking at extensive replacement of blacktop, of sidewalks, of things around the building, tree maintenance, and the pavement around our playgrounds and things of that nature, and those are starting to add up pretty quickly. And one of the things that I touched upon, which I think is a very crucial one, and it's not, these are in no particular rank order, but we really need larger spaces to accommodate modern learning and educational programs. Many of the classes and programming that we have at Quakertown Elementary, and we have amazing leadership and amazing staff at that building, but they have normalized the use of the cafeteria and the stage and different places to have classes that are not adequate spaces to hold certain classes. So what we're going to be talking about this evening is to really help provide those opportunities to the students that attend Quakertown Elementary and really meet the needs, like I said, currently and in the future for our students in this district. Let's talk about the sixth grade center briefly. The sixth grade center currently in the configuration, it's had lots of iterations in this district. It used to be the ninth grade center. It has transformed into the sixth grade center. I remember when I was in another district years ago and I was doing a lot of statewide work, I remember visiting that building back in 2010 when it was a ninth grade center. But in its current configuration, it's a sixth grade center. And not only myself as the superintendent of schools, but our cabinet and our district and our building leadership have talked pretty extensively about this. And we just feel in a perfect world it's truly not educationally ideal to run that as a separate entity. It creates additional transitions for students. As I mentioned, they're going from 5 buildings at the end of 5th grade into 1 building for 1 year, and then they're going to Strayer, but we wanted to eliminate that extra transition. It creates a pass-through for 1 year. I worked in another district that we had a similar situation. That district currently is about to announce some major restructuring in the district to eliminate that 1 year of having a 6th grade center, and they're re-envisioning what that looks like. So the research overwhelmingly shows that when you have less transitions, it helps the students really from a social emotional lens as well, not only an academic lens as we talked about. It makes it difficult and costly to provide important programming and supports. We have what we consider the middle level experience in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Those 2 buildings, as you know, are not technically within walking distance of each other, and they're not like they're right next door to each other. So when you share staff and you share programming, you have to allow for time, for transportation, for the sharing of staff, for scheduling. It is not conducive to as much as we say they're under one umbrella, having them where they are is not ideal. We're normalizing it and making it work to the best of our ability, but in a perfect world, it is not a conducive and ideal learning environment for our students. It's difficult to build student-staff relationships with only 1 year. If you think about it in the context, those of you sitting in the audience and those of you that, on the board and at home that are educators, know that even if you're not an educator, you know that it is very difficult in 1 year's time to build strong bonds between students and staff. It just is. By the time you start to get acclimated and you really get to know your students on a deeper level and understand their strengths and their needs, it's time to go and you're off to another building. So we feel those bonds with staff members, we feel those bonds with their students need to grow a little bit more than a 1 year pass through with the 6th grade center. The curriculum and the schedule truly becomes a hybrid of elementary and true middle school. I feel, and this is coming from a former middle school principal and someone that truly loves the middle level, the 6th grade, when you have a standalone building, it starts to lose its identity a little bit. Is it elementary? Is it middle level? Is it both? Which one are we? Are we departmentalizing? Are we not? Are we following the secondary vertical alignment? Is this an extension of elementary? We feel if this is truly under the middle level umbrella, having them all together is more conducive for like I said, not only the learning environment, but the academic spectrum moving forward in that direction, and really focusing on the middle level being truly a secondary experience for our students. The last point I want to make is that most school districts find that a traditional 6th to 8th grade model works best for this age group, both socially and educationally. I can tell you from someone not only that was a middle school principal that ran a 6 to 8 building. Sixth graders truly in 2025 probably closer, more identified to secondary than they do elementary. And to have them all together would provide amazing opportunities for learners of all levels in that grade band in 6 to 8. And we just feel that moving in that direction would be ideal for the students, staff, and the district as a whole. So our charge to the architects and the engineers that are going to be presenting soon. We considered feedback from previous community groups, as I mentioned. We looked at our current challenges. We feel we've developed reasonable solutions to these challenges. We've had some incredible conversations. I know we have a long history with both these gentlemen and both these firms that are going to be presenting tonight, Dewey Engineers, Schrader Architects. They do exceptional work, and I'm proud and honored that they are part of our team and here this evening to talk about their vision. But they took everything that we shared with them, and we've had some very robust conversations of what things could look like moving forward. So how can we maintain an elementary building in the borough? We've heard everyone loud and clear that we want that to remain a school. We want that to remain an elementary school. We want that to remain Quakertown Elementary. We feel it is vital, and I'm talking about from, having many, many conversations with borough leadership, to school boards, to the community, to the alumni association, to the staff, to students. We know that having that as a school in the borough is vital to the success of this district. But we also need to consider making a move at the middle level that we firmly believe will lead to better student outcomes moving forward. As I said, we have done what I believe is to be an admirable job making the current structure work. We just feel in a perfect world moving forward, the best learning environments are some of the options that we have landed on and will be presenting this evening. So what we know to be true, and I'll be wrapping up here. Quakertown Elementary, as I said, is a very important part of this community, and we want to find ways to preserve it and honor its legacy. We also, while we understand that, we want to provide a safe, updated, larger space for our students and our staff. So there's lots of amazing ideas that I've heard on how we can honor and incorporate many aspects of the current Quakertown Elementary into a re-envisioned structure moving forward. The research shows that a middle school for students in grades 6 to 8, as I mentioned, provides the best educational and social opportunities for growth. It maximizes our ability to provide support and services for all students in grades 6 to 8 in our district. We have the potential to cut down the redundancy of staff and programming. We can have everyone in one space. We do not have to share staff between buildings, and I kind of dug into all of that in previous slides. The last thing that I want to mention is that solutions must be fiscally responsible. I would be remiss if I didn't say that under the guidance of Don Young and the business office, I feel very confident that we continue to move in that direction to be fiscally responsible on a daily basis. Don and I talk on average 100 times a day, and we talk, how we best can position our district to be the most fiscally responsible we can on a daily basis, and we've made tremendous strides since I've been here, and I'm so appreciative to the work that she continues to do, to the business office continues to do. But we need to be fiscally responsible and understand that under the current state system of funding for public schools and the changes that are occurring, there is a potential for incremental tax increases, and ultimately, no matter what district you're in, ultimately sometimes they're inevitable along the way, but we can explore those. And we have professionals and we have a lot of expertise on the school board that can talk about that as well, but sometimes there's a give and take that in order to get what you need for a district and a community, sometimes that comes at a cost in a multitude of ways, and we'll explain that along the way. So to leave you with a couple more things, the reason that we are having this forum this evening, the town hall, and the importance of getting community input is because we wouldn't be here tonight without all of you and the community. It's important for your voice to be heard. I feel very fortunate through all of my years of experience that I am proudly the superintendent of schools in the Quakertown Community School District, but this is a collective effort of internal and external stakeholders, and it's important that we triangulate and continue to triangulate all the voices in the audience, at the table here, the people I work with on a daily basis, to make the best value-added decision for this district moving forward. We plan for multiple community presentations. The next presentation, the next town hall that we'll be having will be February 25th. We are so fortunate. It is day 2 for our new Director of Communications, who is in the audience, waving right now. But she will be getting out information about our next event, February 25th, and make sure everyone knows that if you can't attend in person, ways that you can watch online. There will be, and I think there currently is, a Google form that is on our website. I believe our Director of Technology, Mr. Kuzo, put it as a banner on the front page of our district website and every school. And so you can find that feedback form, that Google form, right at the top of every school and the district tab on the website. So we encourage you, whether you're here tonight or watching at home, or you watch this at some other dates between now and the next meeting and beyond, please provide your feedback. We have a brief Google form that is very detailed, and we encourage you, strongly encourage you, to provide your feedback so you can help guide our decision making along the way. Because we want to be as transparent as possible, we want to be as inclusive as possible, and we want to continue to work at this together, much like we've done in the past. These presentations, not only this presentation, but the presentation from PFM and from Schrader, will be available on our website. We now have a capital projects tab that you can find on our website. If you look under reports, and you will see where it says capital projects. If you click on that, you will see all 3 presentations, and we will continue to add to that. After this evening, we will build out a FAQ where we will answer questions, and as questions come in on the Google form, we'll try to answer those as quickly as possible, so the community as a whole can continue to get their questions answered, and we can continue to all stay on the same page. We will continue to meet with staff in each building. We are going to continue to have opportunities for parents to provide their feedback as well. I am meeting with myself and the high school principal, Mr. V. We are going to be meeting with high school students within the next week to talk about their concerns. I get some amazing emails from our high school learners asking questions about things like, what are the plans for the district? We've heard about capital projects. to high school schedules, and it's great that they feel comfortable emailing the superintendent of schools and that they want to get involved and have a voice. So we're going to be meeting with them within the next week. We're going to, like I said, we're about to hear 2 more presentations after I wrap this up from our professionals at PFM and Dewey and Schrader, and they'll continue to talk about financials and facilities and municipal needs. I talked about the information being shared with all of you, and timeline-wise, the board is aiming to consider a proposal by the spring, with the hope that if everything moves forward as the facilities committee has talked about, that we potentially could be cutting a ribbon on a project at the beginning of the 28-29 school year, if we move forward with one of the options of capital projects. Okay. Yeah, I believe that's my last slide.
You just cut yourself off.
I did. I cut myself off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to turn the floor over now to David Schrader from the Schrader Group, and he will go through.
Mr. Thank you. And Mr. Hipoff, I know there was a very long presentation by the administration, but are we supposed to hold off to questions?
I think we should hold them all, because
Okay.
I think some of the questions that we have or the public has will be answered in these presentations.
Good, thank you.
And then I plan to do this, one at a time. If you've got 15 questions, ask your 15 questions at once. If you have a follow-up, ask it then.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay,
David?
this microphone works, yes? Okay, and all of you folks can see around me. Are you okay with that? And that? Great. Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate being here, folks. Good to see a number of you again. A familiar face. Dr. Friedman has already introduced Mr. Spatafora. Mike, as you know. So he and I are going to tag team certainly on the questions and answers. He may be called in for a comment or two as we go through here too. Okay. So what we thought we would do, since Dr. Friedman hit some of the why, we're going to give you just a little bit more of that, maybe some more facts and figures related to that, see where that lands. And then we've been charged with 3 different options, and I hope that when you see those 3 options, you understand what they're doing from a grade point strategy, because I think that that starts to address some of the items that Dr. Friedman brought up. We do have a little summary of that at the very end, and then the next steps points is really meant to lay out the duration of a typical project. So you see what that might take. You've been through those, some of you as board members in the past, so you have experience with that as well. But we'll go ahead and just kick off with a little bit of the precedent information. Figure out where I have to point this. Interestingly, as you went through that history, again, Dr. Friedman, thank you for that. We've been fortunate enough to have some of your history all the way back to I think it was 16 leading into 2017. And you at that point had a committee together that addressed the issues you're dealing with now in a different capacity. And you did not come up with, or that committee did not come up with 10 solutions. They didn't come up with 15 solutions. They came up with over 20 solutions. Ultimately, what you did at that point in time in 2017 was you engaged in the project for the Nidec Elementary School, and that began to address some of the capacity issues you had at the elementary level, for sure. In 2021, you did re-engage, as discussed, and I remember a whole series of Zoom meetings, Teams meetings, whatever they were, but everything at that point was virtual, and we had those discussions about some of the items that Dr. Friedman brought up during that point in time. And in 2023, the board asked Mike's team and our team to take another look at the document that had been addressed in 2017, which was the facilities assessment, and to bring that up to date. We made a presentation of this to you folks, and already, I can't believe it's already 2 years ago, this document talked again about the different issues at the different buildings in the district, and really recognizing what you had to do to maintain the assets for the district. So that's what this document did. At the same time, one of my colleagues engaged in the enrollment, not in the enrollment projection, but the capacity side of things. And I'm going to talk about the enrollment projections here shortly. So items 2 and 3 were taken care of. The facility assessment documents in the appendix were taken care of, and you engaged in this process of talking about the options that you'd already started on in 2021. So we're here again talking about this at the beginning of 2025, and we've really just begun to scratch the surface with these, but I think it'll give you some pretty good information. The enrollment projections, you have a team called Power School who used something called predictive enrollment analytics to do an analysis of your overall enrollment projections over the next 10 years, at least from that point in time. They were done in 2023, and they looked out to 2033. Anybody who's involved with this part of the process knows that these are only as good as the information that you've plugged in, and as you go further out in the timeline, they become less and less realistic, only because the rolling cohort of students through these grade structures is now enhanced by how many houses have been built in the district, what kind of rollover you've seen in the different housing that's older, that is rolling over from folks who are moving out of those homes to young families who move in, and also just a general birth trend cohort that moves through the district. So anything that started in 2023 and ends in 2033 is going to be somewhat different, if not significantly different, from what's projected. But it's the best that you can do at any one point in time to try to predict where you're going to be. The interesting thing is we received these at the end of 2023. The numbers were accurate for the October 2023 PDE enrollment that you have to send to PDE, Department of Education, pardon me. And so even in 2024, these were already off a little bit because your October reporting would have been a little bit different than what they had projected here. So using this, you can see different periods in time here where the district enrollment goes from somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,800-ish students to 5,300 in 2033. So regardless of whether that is up or down 25 or 50 students, it's still enough of an increase to generate a need for classrooms in the district as a whole. So what we did with this document was took a look at the K-5 structure first, just to see where the greatest enrollment would be across all of the years between 2023 and 2033. And in this case, that highest enrollment occurred in 2028. And so it's interesting that Dr. Friedman just mentioned the hope that you could potentially open a building for the 2028-2029 school year to try to address that growth model there. Because we did an analysis of several different solutions, which included the 6th grade center as it stands, the 5th and 6th, and then 6th and 7th grade structures, 7th and 8th grade structures, and then finally a 6 to 8 structure, as Dr. Friedman was referencing as well. We just highlighted where the greatest enrollment for each of those grade structures were. So you can see for the 6th grade, naturally the evolution from 2028 to 2029 would be where that 6th grade grew the most. So in this case, the greatest enrollment for 6th grade is in 2029 about 453 students. And what my brain does there is it says you're going to have between 425 and 475 students in the 6th grade at that point in time, because obviously we can't know exactly what that number is going to be. The 7th and 8th grade enrollment would be 897 students. So if you were to look at Strayer at any point in time, the 897 student number is about the greatest number. There's actually a 908 number that if you go deeply into the enrollment projections, you'll see that that actually happens in 2031 if you do the math on those. But more interesting to us was taking a look also at the 6 to 8 structure, which is a structure that you don't have right now. In that 2031 year, had that at 1,324 students. And I say that because if you were to locate 6th to 8th grade at Strayer at any point in time, you would need to provide a capacity of over 1,324 students. Okay? So hopefully that gives just a little bit of background into what the enrollment projections were that we started to work from. So the next thing that we took into account, and this is what my colleague who was working with Dr. Hoffman and all of the principals throughout the district in 2023, was to try to calculate the capacity at each building as that building was being used at any point in time. One of the things that we say about building capacity analysis is that it is a little subjective. It is not consistent from district to district, and it's not even consistent in a district from year to year. And why is that? That's because the old model, the Department of Education model in 1973 and 1974, said that if you have 10 classrooms, you have a capacity of 25 students per classroom, and therefore it's 10 times 25 students. That's the total capacity of that building. Since that point in time, we have had all kinds of learning support programs, special education programs, and other support programs brought back into the buildings. And what those do is they take those traditional classroom spaces and utilize them for those programs. So a building that used to have 10 classrooms probably has 6 to 7 available for traditional academic approach at this point in time. And the balance of those are servicing the support programs that we're providing for students in the buildings today. The other thing that happens is from that 25 students per classroom that Department of Education was looking at, most districts, yourselves included, have different calculations of numbers of students maximum per grade structure. So at the time that we were doing this, the numbers that we were using for Quakertown Community School District was grades 1 and kindergarten and 1, 22 students per room, 2 and 3, 25, 4 to 5, 26 students, grades 6 to 8, 28, and finally grades 9 to 12, 28. That number varies per district. It's all a function of what you as a district see as appropriate for each of those grade levels. But what that does is, if you said I had 4 classrooms of first grade, and it just so happened that I have a bubble that goes through and I have to provide 4 classrooms for 5th grade, you're going to need to provide 1 additional classroom to support the number of students that you would have had in first grade. So you'll never have a consistent calculation from building to building because it's taken as a snapshot at that point in time, that year that principal had that population in each grade. So that's why we have to always say you've got to take that calculation of capacity a little bit with a grain of salt and kind of use the methodology of it's somewhere in this range. So that brings us back to the chart that Dr. Hoffman presented. The 3 columns on the left-hand side are the columns that take the number of classrooms that building is using for academic structure that year for traditional academic classrooms and multiplies it purely by the 25 students per room. Now, some buildings, and I realize lasers don't work on screens like this, some buildings have different learning support programs than others, so some have more or less capacity than they would if you use the district functional use capacity. So what we think is appropriate for any of the districts we work with is to work with the 3 columns on the right-hand side. And the 3 columns on the right-hand side, the first of those 3 took the highest year enrollment that we see out of that chart provided by the folks that we just talked about here, Power School, and plug those in as the highest projected enrollment for each building. So it's 1 year, it's a snapshot in time. Against that functional use capacity that I just talked about, giving you an operating capacity. What our industry likes to see as a calculation for operating capacity of a given building. For K to 5, K to 6, depending on what your elementary structure is, those should traditionally operate around 90% capacity. 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, depending on whether 6 is back in the elementary or it's at the middle school, we tend to see between an 85 and a 90% capacity. And the high schools, we tend to see between 80 and 85% capacity, mostly because so many of the programs that are offered, you have to have room to circulate through the building for the number of students that are taking those courses. So using the highest year from each of these, and why they're highlighted in orange or yellow or whatever you're seeing on the right-hand side here is because each of those in the highest year is above that capacity. That's what this is illustrating. And in some cases, they're higher than others. I take the K to 5 across the board. I see 106% of capacity. And again, we just said we'd like that to be closer to a 90% capacity. So obviously, the elementaries in the year that each of the buildings has the highest capacity or highest enrollment projection are going to feel very full. So thus the comment and the intent of trying to reduce that load on the elementary level. But you also see the same thing for 6, 7, 8 when you look at this. So obviously something does need to be done. So I guess ultimately that's the balance of the why, and those are some of the numbers plugged into what Dr. Friedman just mentioned. And I know there will be questions about that. 2 more slides. One is what are the options that we were charged with looking at, and I think that these were very appropriate to try to give you 3 true ways of looking at the district. And obviously, if you're trying to reduce load on the elementary level, you have 2 solutions. One is you provide a new building that has greater capacity than the capacities that you currently have in the balance of the buildings. And that could mean taking QE offline as the building that it is and building a larger version of it to try to reduce that load, okay? The other thing you can do is you can pull a grade structure out, which relieves each of the buildings of the capacity of one grade structure. So that's what you're seeing in several of these solutions. So the first option gives you K to 4 as your elementary structure, and it suggests that you create a building that's a 5-6 so that you get the 5th grade out. And then Strayer stays as a 7-8 building, and of course the high school is what it is. A point to be made here is in each of these options, because as previously presented, the QE site is critical and of interest to everybody. These all suggest a new building at the QE site. In the first model, the K to 4, you need a smaller building, so it's recommending a 400 student building there versus the 290, 300 student building that's currently there. So it's already giving you a little bit more relief for the future. The second option is a K to 5, leaves the 6th grade center as it is, leaves Strayer as it is, but the K-5 structure for the elementary schools, you build a 600 student elementary school at QE. So you're giving yourselves 200 students of additional capacity, plus the other 100 you're already built in above and beyond QE's current capacity, okay? And then finally, option 3 is the one that Dr. Friedman was talking about, where you have now multiple K-5 elementary schools, including the 600 student version at QE, and you do additions to Strayer for the middle school so that you can build in 6th grade. So I think there are 3 very clear solutions to the issues that you have. One other item, the asset management doesn't go away. And so while we had done the study showing the facilities assessment and the needs at each of the buildings, it's worth seeing that in addition to whatever we're talking about, there are still things to be addressed at the various buildings. If you maintain the 6th grade center, it would make sense to do some of the renovation that's identified here. That's not in here. What we were trying to do for this analysis was to just do an apples to apples to take care of the capacity issue. So if the district decided that they also wanted to keep the 6th grade center and do the renovations, in 2023 dollars, I'm going to say that a couple of times, the number was $7.5 million worth of renovation. Strayer had about $4.9 million. But One of the reasons that you're entertaining what you're entertaining today is the third line down shows Quakertown Elementary School with, in 2023, about $22 million worth of renovation just to bring that building up as it stands, without doing any improvements other than making it a fully functioning new system structure. Okay? These aren't in there, but these are worth remembering that you have these as other things to identify within the district. So here's this charge of taking some of these solutions and trying to find ways to put them onto the various sites. This is a greater breakout of the options that I just identified, and I'm just going to talk real briefly here about the QE solution because that's been brought up as an interesting conversation over time. So we did a couple of analyses here. Each one of these has a little graphic representation of what happens at each site, just so that those of you who are better graphically, more probably like me than a word person, you can see the kinds of things that would happen at each site to manage these grade structures. So if you decided to do the QE solution, one of the questions that was asked of us was, could you get QE on the site if you maintain the existing QE structure and had students in the building while you built? So we worked through, and I noticed that the draftsperson has two carryover numbers on these two plans. It shows an 85,000 square foot structure. The 400 student building is a 70,000 square foot structure. But this is a two-story structure, and just to try to make the concept work, all of the community functions actually are turned to face Park Avenue. So it's a new orientation for the building. What's interesting about it is it kind of faces what now, the end zone of your stadium plus the parking for the high school plus your high school faces. So suddenly we have School Alley along there, Quakertown Community. And you guys are face first on Park Avenue along that strip. And what you could do here is you could run a parking and drop-off loop on South 6th Street. You could run a visitor loop along the bottom, along Park Avenue, and maintain the structures that you have for bus and teacher parking a little bit north on the site. We would have to figure out exactly how to manage all of your parking across all of the sites between the high school, the 6th grade center, and this building, as well as the stadium. So there'd be a bit more work to do that. What we were trying to portray here, though, was a building that could be built between 15 and 30 feet away from the existing structure so that education could continue in the existing QE building while this was being built. Mike will tell you first thing, that's not an easy solution. There's noise, there's dust, there's construction on the site. Could it happen? It certainly can happen. But it's something that we would have to spend a lot of time trying to make sure that the students were still getting the best education and the instructors had the best environment to instruct in, and still we could provide drop-off buses and so on. So that was a first solution. It is possible to get the square footage on the site. The second solution was if you could find a way to move the population from QE somewhere for the time that this building was being built, you could then build a building, you could take the old QE down, build a new building on the site, a new two-story structure, and if you wished, you could continue to face 7th Street with the front door to the building the way that it currently is. The layouts that you see are taken and providing true spaces that we would have in an 85 or 70,000 square foot building in this case. So the square footage is accurate. The configuration of the building, I would want nobody in this room to get married to. It's just a solution to show square footage on a site. So what you would do from this point forward is you would do building programming, you would start to design on the site, and you would figure out exactly what you wanted that building to look like for the next 50 or 60 years of district life. So then the question is, what do you do with the 6th grade center to get 5th grade down there? The idea behind this was that as Strayer stays as a 7-8 building, the 6th grade center becomes a 5th and 6th grade building. And to get the square footage on the site to allow for 5th grade to be part of this site, you would need a 2-story structure off the front of the 1-story 6th grade center building. And what you're seeing here is a footprint of approximately the square footage needed to get fifth grade onto that site. There's additional parking at the north side of the site here, directly across 7th Street. What you probably notice is your current drop-off loop in the front is cut off by this addition, and we have to find a way somehow to get either bus drop-off or parent drop-off on the site to accommodate 5th and 6th grade. So I don't know that this is completely resolved. Again, what it's showing you is the square footage of a 5th and 6th grade center on that site. So the goal of each of these was to try to take that square footage and convert it to a dollar value that was consistent from one option to the other. So what is the end cost of a project like this? You would really have to go through a full programming effort, do a full design, and then get it estimated. But at the current dollars per square foot that our two firms are using for construction costs, this whole concept of doing a new 400-student building and doing the addition to the 6th grade center to accommodate 5th would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $75 to $80 million. That's an unescalated number. That's in today's dollars. When you hear a little bit from Jamie shortly from PFM, you will hear escalated numbers, assuming that some of this is done in progression. So one building's done, then the other building's done. So you're going to hear slightly different numbers that were taken to do the actual financing than this base cost of $25. So option 2, as a solution, if you remember, was to do a 600 student on the QE site, maintain 6th grade center as it currently is, and maintain Strayer as it is. So what this is doing is giving you additional K-5 capacity with a building approximately twice the size of the current QE building. And the range of capacities, as you saw on that chart, for your district is in the neighborhood of certainly QEs on the small side with the 290 to 300 students, but the balance of your buildings are between 400 and 600 student capacity. So the 600 is not out of line for the kinds of buildings that you've been building. You just essentially built a 600 student building for NIDIG. Same thing, graphic solution for those of you who are a little bit more graphically inclined. This is a 600 student building. This is 85,000 square feet versus 70,000 square feet. Play areas, drop-off areas, built around the existing QE building. Again, you would have 14 to 18 months of construction going on around that building while it's being built. The alternative solution is to find housing for the students of QE during that time frame, build on that site, and build a building in the configuration and location that you think is most appropriate. The difference here is you're only affecting one building. You're not affecting two. And that's why you're seeing the difference here in cost for $50 to $55 million. So both of these so far, you would still want to be taking a look at what you do with that 6th grade center renovation number that we just talked about from the facility assessment and what you need to do at Strayer. But apples to apples, the capacity analysis and how that affects square footage for buildings changes from that 75 to 80 million to 50 to 55, because you're only affecting one building. And finally, option 3, one more time, affects two buildings. So in this case, the idea is you do what we just talked about for QE. You build a 600 student capacity building, demo the existing QE. You add to Strayer for 6th grade. And so now Strayer becomes a 6, 7, 8 building. The numbers that we plugged into this included expansion of the cafeteria. Clearly, you're going to need more seating capacity in the cafeteria. As we talked to administrators, we also talked about other programs that would be needed if you went to a 6, 7, 8. Right now, the numbers that we're showing are for the additional classroom space and the cafeteria space, so that you're apples per apples for the other ideas and options that we had here. But what that does do is it leaves the 6th grade center open, and there were discussions of multiple Quakertown Community School District programs that could be located in the 6th grade center. Right now, this just says there's another facility there for your use. It doesn't say what you're plugging in, and it doesn't have a cost identified to plug something into that building. Same graphic. This will start to look like old hat to you. Whoops. What you would do in this case is you would do the Strayer additions, because that allows you to get 6th grade out of the 6th grade center. That would open up the 6th grade center to relocate the QE population so that you could take QE down, if you intended to take QE down, build a new building on that site without affecting the students, because they're now located in the 6th grade center, and you build your new building. So there's the building if you were trying to build around the students, but you don't necessarily need to, so that you could locate this any way you wish on the next slide. And finally, I feel like I am not necessarily controlling this. 6th grade center is open for you. I feel like Joe's doing this for me. Thank you. And the costs. So there is a little additional cost here because we've got to build the additional cafeteria space and probably a couple other program spaces at Strayer, but it gives you the square footage for Strayer plus the cafeteria additions and so on. So it gives you a pretty good sense of what that would cost, probably 80 to 85 million in today's dollars. So this is just a quick summary showing all of those estimated costs against each other. You can see the range is from 50 to 85-ish million dollars. Again, as the district gets into programming and the district gets into a solution for these sites, I'm sure you'll see those numbers go up and down, but you have to have something to start your conversation with. So that's what this is. This is giving you order of magnitude for each of these solutions to get that solution underway. I'm just going to say one thing here, and this can become part of the balance of the conversation after Jamie Doyle speaks. But we traditionally find that the design and approval process for a project is a 12 to 14-month process. Bidding and award is usually about 3 months, and then construction, depending on how complex it is, could be, and we've actually seen elementary schools at 14 months, but traditionally we're seeing 18 to 24 months. So you are easily in the 33 to 40-month process to get that done. So that's just that. We did have next steps, which parallel almost exactly what Dr. Friedman said. So we'll leave these off the table for the moment. And what I think we'd like to do is talk about how some of those costs might affect financials for the district here, at least how you could fund these. So Jamie Doyle from PFM, right?
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here this evening, and with me is my colleague, Melissa Hughes. And you should each have a copy of the presentation. I apologize, I know the numbers are hard to see up on the screen. They get pretty small. But if you look at page number 2, we always like to start off talking a little bit about market conditions and interest rates. And this chart should look familiar to those of you that have been on the board for a while. But this is 3 snapshots of the same tax-exempt index. This is the BVAL index, which stands for Bloomberg Valuation. And what the top snapshot tells us, we're currently at the blue line. So on the short end of the yield curve, at which you invest your reserves and fund balance and whatnot, you're finally starting to earn meaningful interest earnings for the first time in a long time. And then you can see that blue line looks pretty flat right now, but it's still slightly inverted. And as you look out the long end of the curve, the rates at which you borrow, they're slightly below historic averages. And this chart is actually from January 13th when we put this together. If we were looking at today's chart, you would see a little bit more space. The blue line has gone down. Interest rates have dropped a little bit in the last couple of weeks. So what that top chart's really telling us is you can invest your reserves and your funds right now at a rate that is greater than or higher than the rate at which you would borrow. And that's, again, not been the case for many, many years. You haven't heard me say that in a long, long time. when it comes to new money borrowings. If you look at the middle snapshot, it just shows this same index going all the way back to 1993 to give you a more historic perspective. And I would point out a couple of things. You can see the all-time low rates were set in August of 2020, and that was great. But remember, in August of 2020, you were lucky if you were earning on your investments 0.1% to 0.25%. So that difference between investment rate and borrowing rate was very, very negative back then. Today it's positive, and I'll call it 0.5% positive in your favor in today's market. And then in that middle chart to the very far left, where we currently stand today, you can see, things fluctuate from day to day, week to week, and certainly there's some volatility in the market right now, some uncertainty. But whenever there is volatility and uncertainty, it causes investors to seek a flight to quality. So basically, investors want to park their money somewhere nice and safe, knowing they're going to get their principal back. And it doesn't get much nicer and safer than Pennsylvania school district bonds. And so that creates additional investor demand, which helps drive the interest rate down as well. And then the bottom snapshot, again, same index. It's just focusing in on calendar year 2024 to present. And in that lower right-hand corner, as I mentioned, if we were looking at today's chart, you would see that trending downward. If you look at page number 3, some bullet points to go over before we get into the numbers. We are illustrating projects that range from $73 million to $95 million. So again, a little bit bigger than the numbers that Mr. Schrader just went over with you, because it includes the escalation factor that was provided to us by the Schrader Group. And so the actual projects and project sizes will be determined by the district and you, the school board, and we'll continue to refine and customize and tweak things as we go along. This analysis assumes no new state reimbursement on any new projects. You, of course, will still continue to receive your PlanCon grandfathered state reimbursement on your older issues, and we'll look at that in a minute, but no new state reimbursement at the moment due to the moratorium. And this analysis also assumes, for this early discussion, no use of district cash toward the project. That will continue to be part of the conversation, but in very, very general terms, right now it's cheaper to use somebody else's money than it is your own because of that positive spread between the borrowing rate and the investment rate. And even if there wasn't positive spread, you generally want to save your cash for last, because whatever the last borrowing is, that's the borrowing that has the most interest rate risk. And, you would go through a process of likely multiple borrowings that we'll look at in a minute. But, keeping healthy reserves is an important part of the process with the credit rating agency. So in very general terms, we'll continue to evaluate that, but you'd save your cash for last. In section 4, just pointing out some potential refunding candidates, because anytime you can do a refunding, and Quakertown Community School District has done many of those over the years and saved some money, those savings can be used toward your potential new projects. And so in the box, you'll see we outlined some of your issues, not all of them, but your issues that are either past their call date or coming up on their call date during the current calendar year. And you can see that bottom line in the box, the coupon range on those. The good news and the bad news is you have really low interest rates on the issues that are in your debt portfolio. Your series of 2019 bonds, we talked about those previously. The paperwork is in place. Should they start to generate the appropriate level of savings, we would be back with an update on that. But they're your most likely candidate in the immediate future should interest rates continue to trend downward. And you can see right now your highest coupon on that series is a 4%. So we'll continue to monitor, as always, for refinancing opportunities. In that next section, there's several approaches to a new money financing. There's interim funding, which is a short-term borrowing up front prior to a permanent financing. Sometimes that can make sense. Sometimes it's better to just start with the permanent financings, and we'll take that into consideration. There's a current funding where you wait till you get your construction bids in and you know the exact amount of money that you need to borrow, and then you borrow it. There's advanced funding where you borrow all or a portion of the money prior to receiving and awarding your construction bids, and that has been a strategy that the district has utilized many times in the past, and really arriving at number 8, multiple financings, where you spread the borrowings out over different calendar years, taking advantage of some of the IRS limits and staggering the impact of the new issues more gradually into your budget. So with multiple financings, you can do a combination of current and advanced fundings, meaning you can borrow some of the money up front, seed money I'll call it, as you go through the design and early phases of the project. And then, ultimately you want to do the final borrowing as close to the end of the project as possible, after you've awarded bids and you know exactly how much money you need, and you see how things are going, how, contingency and change orders and how the project or projects are going. And then in that next section, a reimbursement resolution, I won't belabor that, but just a reminder, if you do start to spend money on design or some of those early costs of exploring a project, you can pass a reimbursement resolution and preserve your legal right to reimburse yourself from future borrowed proceeds. And the timing of that, there's strategy to that as well, because if you were passing a reimbursement resolution tonight, it would be retroactive 60 days for any construction invoices that you had paid or design types of costs, and it would be forward-reaching 18 months. So we would strategize on if and when the appropriate time would be to pass a reimbursement resolution. And then in that final section, this will also sound very familiar to those of you that have been on the board for a while. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about federal tax law. The IRS doesn't let us go borrow at these attractive, below historic average levels and lock in that positive difference between borrowing and investment rates just for that purpose. They have the reasonable expectations test. So you must have reasonable expectations that you can spend 85% of the borrowed proceeds within 3 years from settlement, reasonable expectations that within 6 months of settlement on an issue that you plan to enter into a substantial binding contract to spend at least 5%. Doesn't mean you have to have it spent. Usually it's your upfront architect or engineer's contract that satisfies that test. And then the final prong of the test is just that you proceed with due diligence on the project or projects you're pursuing. Page number 4, arbitrage rebate considerations. Again, you haven't had to talk about this for a long, long time, but there's some strategy surrounding that as well. Depending on what your construction draw schedule, timing of the cash flows that are needed for the project we can, in some years, break borrowings into $15 million or less pieces, and that gets you an exception. It's called the small issuer exception, and that means, whatever that positive spread is between borrowing and investment rate, you get to keep it for the first 3 years. So that's a good exception, because the alternative is that you have to rebate it to the IRS, which no one wants to do. In some years, you probably won't be able to keep a borrowing small enough to qualify for that exception, so that's when the time-based exceptions are available. And most Pennsylvania public school districts, if they're issuing more than $15 million in a calendar year, they will seek the 24-month spending exception, because that's the longest one. You can see there's a 6-month and there's an 18-month, but most will seek the 24-month spending exception. And what that means is you get to keep that positive spread as long as you meet all 4 of the benchmarks associated with that 24-month spending exception. So you have to spend 10% within 6 months, 45% within 12 months, 75% within 18 months, and 100% within 24 months. And you have to meet each one. If you get to the end and you say, oh, we spent 100% in 24 months, if you didn't meet any one of the other 3, you have to rebate to the IRS. So we'll help you with that. Again, it's strategy and timing, but that can be really an important part of the plan, if you will. And then parameters resolution. You've been doing those for many, many years, so I won't belabor that too much, but you do a parameters resolution for flexibility. And that puts the parameters in place if and when you're ready to undertake a borrowing so that we can enter the market and have the competitive internet auction on the best day possible in the market, as opposed to being wed to a board meeting date, which, you know, might be 1 or 2 days out of the month. Section 16, bank qualified, a different number, $10 million per calendar year, but to the extent we can keep borrowings at 10 million or less per calendar year, you get an even lower tax exempt interest rate called a bank qualified rate. So, you know, there's less of that type of bond available. So again, from a supply and demand standpoint, that commands an even lower interest rate, as investors are very interested in that type of paper. In that very bottom section, as your independent financial advisor, our job is to look at all the options and leave no stone unturned. You know, once we know exactly what project you'd like to undertake. And when I say we look at all the options, we look at bond issues and bank loans and bond pool loans. And there's benefits and considerations to all of them. It very much depends on market conditions, the size of the issue you're seeking, and the structure of that issue as well. But just to go through those quickly, a bond issue has fixed rates for the entire term. It traditionally has lower interest rates, and it has no future interest rate risk. You know, the rates are locked in, and you know what your payments are to the penny, at least until, you know, you decide that you'd like to refinance it, and usually that's to get an even lower interest rate. Considerations on a bond issue are it has higher cost of issuance in comparison to the other options, and sometimes higher administrative costs. It does have a 5-year call feature. So that's the date at which you promise the buyers of your bonds that they get to hold them. That call feature can be longer if it's a larger issue, but we try to break it into those $10 million pieces where possible to get those 5-year call features. Bank loans have a lower issuance cost, less administrative requirements because you don't need a credit rating and you don't need some of the documents, legal documents that go along with it. Often they're prepayable at any time, so those are the benefits. But bank loans, usually banks will give you a good fixed rate for maybe 7 years, 10 years, and then they want a rate reset based on a formula and based on market conditions at that future point in time. So it does have a variable to it, and many times a depository relationship may be required. And occasionally there's restrictive covenants as well. And then there's bond pool loans that are prepayable at any time if they're in variable rate mode. You can seek a call feature in fixed rate mode, and the costs are higher than the bank loans but lower than the bond issue. So that's middle of the road cost of issuance wise. It may offer access to an interest rate swap market if you view that as a positive. And then under considerations, some pools have interest rate swaps inherent in them, you know, which is important as you consider the risk levels that the school district is willing to undertake. Future interest rate risk on variable rate, credit rate risk, because if you're in a pool, you're in there with other pool participants, and they need to continue to make their share of the payments as well, and ongoing administrative costs. But when when I said we leave no stone unturned and we look at all the options, that's what we factor in. We factor in the various fixed costs at settlement versus, costs over the life of the issue and the different categories of risks or associated with each. So, and we'll do that again, as we always have, if and when it comes time to finance. Page 5, you can see your existing debt portfolio. So if you did nothing new, you continue to make the payments on page 5. The top half of the page is gross debt service, meaning principal and interest on your various issues. The bottom half is your local share after that old grandfathered plan con reimbursement that I alluded to earlier. And so basically the bottom is principal plus interest minus that plan con reimbursement. And you can tell which issues you get that plan con reimbursement on by the line close to the bottom that says PE percentage. If there's a percentage on that line, it means you're getting that old grandfathered plan con reimbursement. If it says 0, you are not. And moratorium has been around for quite some time, so you can see that's affected several of your issues over time. And I would also point out on this page, you did 2 bond issues in 2020 at that all-time low interest rate point.
So before we move on to the next page, we're gonna look at column 32, that's the district's local effort. And that's the one that we wanna carry forward as we look at the financing scenarios, because that is the amount of money that the district currently has in its budget dedicated towards debt. And so, it has debt drop-offs in the future, in the not too distant future, actually, and we'll show strategies which, maximize the use of that debt drop-off, called a wraparound, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
So if we.
Excuse me, so in other words, like in 2025, we've got 11 million on the budget for paying off these bonds.
Yep.
And eventually it stops in 2044.
It totally stops in 2044, but you'll notice you have a pretty good drop-off there after, I believe it's 2032.
Yep, and you're gonna see that in a minute on the next,
So I'm just,
Yep, for the
so the
Yep.
public can see that we have a debt load of 144 million.
that's principal plus interest minus that grandfather state reimbursement. Your debt, at the state level, they look at principal only, it's that bottom gray line, so you have $112,158,650 in debt
If we were to pay
today.
it all off, 112 million, okay.
Yep,
it.
exactly. So if we go to the next page, you'll see an estimated draw schedule based on option 1 that was described earlier, based on, you can see projects at QE in column 4 and 6th grade center in column 5 and 0 at Strayer Middle School in column 6. And timing-wise, again, information provided by Schrader, we would have to continue to refine this, but this draw schedule is what we'll ultimately use to size and time the bond issues, which you can see in column 9. So if you were doing exactly these projects in option 1, you can see in column 9, from a cash flow standpoint, we would need roughly a $20 million bond in 2025, $30 million in 2026, and these are calendar years. These aren't school district years. 29 million in 2027, and just under 10 million in 2028. So again, going back to some of those strategies I discussed earlier, you can see we will break out $10 million pieces if or when it makes sense based on your ultimate draw schedule. We're also being conservative in column 10, where you see that says interest earnings. So that's interest earnings just on this construction fund, so just on the borrowed money while it sits invested, waiting for you to spend it on the project. And you see we're being conservative at 3%. Right now you'd be earning a liquid rate of something like 4.5%. But again, that changes as short-term rates change, and all of you probably follow what the Federal Reserve Committee does. They're in charge of short-term interest rates, and that can affect this. So we always try to be conservative when we build a plan in these early stages, and then our goal would be to improve upon it every step of the way. So if we turn to page 7, so to Melissa's point, column 7 is your existing local effort that we looked at in greater detail. It's all bundled up into column 7 right now, the annual effect on your budget. So you can see, again, it's about $11 million in the current school year, and it stays at that level. Starts to drop off a little bit in 2032 and continues to drop off with a final payment and small payment in 2044. So as those dollars are freed up in column 7 and you pay off some of that old debt service, those dollars can be pledged up front toward the new debt service. And the structure we use to accomplish that is called a wraparound structure. Again, the district has historically and strategically utilized a wraparound structure in order to minimize the upfront cost of any additional debt. And so if we were doing, again, option one, and those size of issues on the timing that we just looked at on the prior page, you can see in the blue, step one, 20 million coming online in 2025. You can see down below in column 8, a conservative estimate of what the payments would look like on that 20 million. And I'm just gonna round up and call that $1 million a year until you have a drop off in column 7, and then the payments start to get a little bigger. We fill in when those dollars are freed up from the old debt service going away. You can see this structure has a final payment in 2050, and all of the steps do. They all end in 2050. Then we'd come back in 2026, we'd have a conversation again, we'd see how the project was going, we'd see if there's updates to your draw schedule, timing, and sizing of the issue, but assuming in 2026 you still needed $30 million, you can see a conservative estimate of what that would look like in column 10. And I'm gonna round up and call that $1.5 million a year until the wraparound starts to really kick in 2035 and 2036. Then step 3, calendar year 2027, if 29 million is still the right number, you can see a conservative estimate of that in column 12. I'll call that $1.4 million a year in that upfront phase. And then finally, step 4, $10 million in calendar year 2028. You can see that's about a little less than $500,000 a year. So if option 1 played out exactly as we've illustrated, at the end of the day, you'd have column 15, old debt and new debt, and you would hit now a high point of $15.3 million. Again, if you look at column 7, you're at a high point, and it'll be in fiscal year ending 27 of 11.2 million roughly. So that's in column 17 in dollars, an increase of 4,173,000 is the incremental increase in that line item. Again, that's over a 4-year period in this illustration, but you can see the incremental increases if you go to the top of column 17 that would be needed. And then you can see that in millage equivalent in column 16. And again, we always call it millage equivalent. We're not calling it tax increase, because if there are other increases in other revenue lines that can offset this, or if there are other decreases in other expenditure lines that can be used to offset this, we can build that in. So we just refer to it as millage equivalent, and you can see those incremental dollars in column 17.
A couple of notes about strategy around the financing structure. We talked about the wraparound where you pay interest until you come to your debt drop-off. So that has the benefit of having a lower incremental dollar that you need in your budget as compared to if we just paid it off over a level schedule. So that's one strategy we're using. We're also trying to match the term of our financing with the useful life of what we're financing. So all of these options have a new building component, and new buildings are generally good for 30 years, at least, from a financing perspective. And so we're matching here with a 25-year term, the useful life with the term of the financing. And so in doing that, it creates some future debt drop-offs for things that you might have down the road. So you're setting yourself up with a mind to flexibility on projects that might not have as long a useful life. Say HVAC, right? Those are good for a shorter period of time.
And so as you look down column 15 to that flexibility that Melissa was just speaking of, you can see those drop-offs that we've left in column 15. So dollars will free up over time and be available if you have other capital improvement needs or other needs, period. We're trying to leave as much flexibility for the future as we can. Turning to the next page, page 8, we went through the same exercise for option 2 that was described to you earlier. And so you can see there's only draws or project costs in column 4 for QE. You can see sixth grade center and Strayer are both 0 in this option. And you can see in column 9, the bond issue, sizing, and timing that could accomplish this project. So it's a 4-step plan, again, with 15 million in 2025, 20 million in 2026, 21 million in 2027, and a cleanup issue in 2028 of 4.1 million. So if we look at the same analysis on page 9, you read this the same. We're wrapping around your existing local effort in column 7. Now you can see the incremental increase in dollars is about 2.8 million, rounding up slightly, and the millage equivalent is 6.38 mils. And again, I think Mr. Schrader mentioned it earlier, we are using the costs that assume the word
It's escalated.
escalated, thank you. That word was escaping me.
So you can't take the numbers on our presentation and directly compare them to Mr. Schrader's, because we're assuming that they actually happen in the future, as we know that if you go down any path, it will be in the future.
Exactly. And then finally, page 10, we went through the same exercise for option 3. You can see there are draws in columns 4, 5, and 6 for all 3 buildings, and you can see the 4-step bond issue sizing and timing in column 9 that would call for. Again, you don't see your district cash anywhere on this page yet, but that would certainly be a continuing part of the conversation. And on page 11, you can see the colorful page for option 3. Incremental dollars for this option at the bottom of column 17 are about $4.5 million, and millage equivalent about 10.36 mils. Again, spread out over a 4-year period. You're allowed to spread that over your budgets up to 1 year after the completion of the project. So that can be important to the strategy as well as we get more information about what you'd like to do. And then page 12, we went through the same option 3, only this is condensed timing wise. If you wanted to do multiple buildings at the same time instead of staggering them or staging them separately. So you can see that condenses everything. It condenses the bond issues. If you go to page 13, it condenses when the millage equivalent would affect your budget and the incremental dollars as well. You know, it's the same $4.5 million of incremental dollars and basically the same millage equivalent. It just, if you accelerate the projects, it accelerates everything, including when the dollars would hit your budget. And then the last 2 pages start off with a summary of the 3 options, including option 3 with the alternate timing, again with the escalated costs in there and the millage equivalent, but things that could make the cost of the borrowings and therefore the cost of the project increase or decrease. So we think about the interest rate environment. Higher interest rates would increase the cost, lower interest rates would reduce the cost. Short-term interest rates, those investment rates that we keep talking about. You know, higher short-term interest rates would increase your interest earnings and therefore reduce the cost of the project. Lower short-term rates would increase the cost because you'd be earning less. And then debt service structure. You know, you could amortize this over a shorter period of time. However, you know, the shorter you amortize over, that would increase the millage equivalent. It's just like when you go for a home mortgage and you're trying to decide if you want to take out the 20-year or the 25-year or the 30-year home mortgage. Shorter amortization increases the upfront cost, and longer would reduce that. Project costs, they'll have an important effect. I mean, these are very early estimates, and this will all get adjusted accordingly as you proceed. On the top of page 15, one-time source of funds, that's your cash that I keep alluding to. And again, we'll help you think about and strategize on how much to use and when. That'll be very important. But one-time sources of funds added to the plan, if they're higher, it would reduce the cost, and if they're lower, it would increase the cost. But again, we're trying to build I don't want to call it a worst-case scenario per se, but there's no cash in there right now. So, you know, we want to set a starting point and then improve every step of the way from there. Refundings in number 5, that could help and could reduce that cost. And then number 6 is really important, especially in a school district like Quakertown Community, any growth in the tax base, those developments you were talking about at the beginning of the presentation. Growth in the tax base or rising collections can reduce the overall cost, and, you know, reductions in that tax base would increase it, of course. So again, just some of the things that we think about as we're thinking what can affect this plan moving forward. So that concludes our portion of the presentation. We will turn it back to you for the Q&A.
Thank you, Jamie, Melissa. Thank you, David. We're
Your
gonna-
turn's coming, Mike.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Sorry? Oh, Mike, are you presenting anything? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I know you love to public speak in front of people and get criticized, but no. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. And I think I'm going to throw a curveball to the board a little bit here. I think due to time, I think I'd rather have the public ask questions first so they don't have to sit here and listen to us babble on for hours, and all of a sudden it's 10:30 and they have a half an hour. So,
That was going to be my ask.
yep. So when we come back, have your questions ready. We'll be hopefully ready for you. Thank you. right, give us a couple seconds here to get everybody back. All right. Calmly and orderly, who would like to go first? Mr. Ritter in the back? I don't think there were signups. Oh, are there signups?
Hi,
I didn't think so. If you could just state your name, municipality.
okay.
And
No
we're gonna
no
have an
clock
open
tonight?
forum
No
here.
clock?
There,
Okay.
there is not a clock tonight unless
All
it
right.
gets absolutely
Tim Ritter,
ridiculous.
Quakertown Borough. Never mind the sweatshirt. Never heard of Richland Township. I just wanted to encourage the board to really question and be sure about the numbers and the projections, population versus enrollment. I remember back in 2015 when the school district bought the property up on Pumping Station Road, enrollment was about 5,300 and projected to go higher. Well, those projections were based on approved land plans in the township. That was one factor, and certainly not the only one. There were about 1,000 units just in Richland Township that could have been built in the next 5 years, 10 years. Certainly not all of them got built, and many approved land plans never get started. I was surprised a few years ago when the Twin Lakes development started right at Old Beth Pike and Tollgate Road with the new roundabout there. That plan that was in place predated my time at the township. I think it went back to 2004. And it took 15 years between when the plan got approved till a shovel got in the ground. And we've also seen that since 2017, increasing population in the district just doesn't translate into enrollment increase. And you've seen your enrollment drop steadily over the last 8 years, and it's down 12% from its high in 2017, I think. So to see that that enrollment is going to bounce back over the next 10 years, be very careful about where those projections came from, and be sure of the numbers, because when there's potentially $85 million at stake, taking the district to a $200 million debt position, that's one thing you want to be sure of. Are you making decisions based on the best data? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Yep, Mr. Ritter, I want to speak to that, since this is a
Please.
town hall format. And
have a
so
question, too.
I actually agree 100% with you, and I think, you know, this time we really made that effort to do exactly what you said. We visited all 6 municipalities that make up the school district and spoke to each one of them. Now, what we got from them was about 800, and I don't have the number in front of me, but about 830 units that were in that approved status. What's being included in the Power School projections we have, and I think Lisa or Dr. Hoffman had that, it was something like 300 and some. So we are not counting every approval in there, and the actual enrollment, the demographers, is that the demographers, were a bit more conservative than we would have been just taking every approved building plan. So we are less than half. We were counting less than half of the approved building plans here. So we are at least trying, putting our best effort into this attempt, and also with the meetings with the municipalities, we did get some more data that, you know, we have an aging population here, where many of our, many of the median ages here are older, and those tend to turn over. So we are being on the conservative side, I believe, with this, but not too conservative. So, but I believe we're putting our best effort forward here.
Okay, well, they're tricky data because
Yeah,
It's very tricky.
yeah.
we're expecting a big turnaround.
Well, we're
And
already
haven't
seeing
seen
a
it yet.
turnaround. We are already seeing turnaround. We're already overcrowded in the elementary schools.
Well, yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
but total enrollment in the district.
Has
You've seen a
increased.
turnaround
Well,
in that.
Correct.
You got to realize too that some of that steep decline happened after we sold 2 of our buildings to Faith Christian, where a lot of our students ended up going to Faith Christian. So that has sort of leveled off, and now we're getting, I believe, some of the general build back of new development.
Mr. Reimers?
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ritter, I actually had a question, because you've heard our projections about, I think we mentioned up to about 1,000 units or so in the next 10 years. But in your experience, do you know of that projection is wrong? Do you know of any of those 1,000 units that we're projecting that won't happen?
Well, it's difficult to say.
Right.
A builder gets an approved plan, and sometimes he wants to build the next year. Sometimes he has to wait until he has building capacity, which may be 5 years down the line.
Right.
And oftentimes, some builders go out and go through the whole approval process just to get an asset they can sell to another builder. And Mr. Jackson, you know a whole lot more about that industry than I do. But we have, there's a lot of approved plans that have been sitting there for 10 years at the township, just not moving. And you ask about them, well, they ran out of money, or they sold that plan to another company, and that company just doesn't have the capacity right now, or they have better markets to build in.
Mr. Iosef?
And even the
So
property that we
It's a
purchased.
crapshoot, but certainly there's a factor you could apply to any approved plan.
Sure.
Maybe a 60% probability or something like that.
I just wondered if you had any, for lack of a better term,
Inside information,
knowledge.
I'm sorry, I don't. I'm out of that life.
I was
Yeah.
kind of
Thank you.
hoping your experience would come
And
through.
Mr. Ritter, I appreciate you coming up and talking, giving your comments and concerns and on the actual numbers, and obviously numbers are tricky, I would agree with you. I just wanted to, and just for the public's viewpoint, how many years have you been in, like, Richland Township, Quakertown Borough? You were formerly a supervisor on Richland Township, if I recall. Is that right?
Supervisor and about 9 years on the planning commission before that. So
Yep.
I got to see all the land plans
Mhm.
from about 2004 to 2022.
Yep. And is it my understanding at Richland Township, probably similar to Milford Township, there's a restriction on new developments because there's not enough capacity for utilities? Is that correct?
Yeah, there was a sewer moratorium that restricted development for many, many years
Mhm.
with no new plans. That hasn't been totally lifted. It's on a case-per-case basis. But that certainly slowed down a lot of development. However, that won't affect any of the approved plans that have their current approval. There's capacity that every approved plan already has.
Okay.
Mr. Iosef, when we visited Richland Township, they said the sewer moratorium was up in 2027.
2027, okay. And when the numbers were given to us from Richland Township, just for the facilities, were they approved plans or were they?
It was not pulling teeth, but they didn't want to commit to anything.
Okay. But we have numbers for them?
I
If
would
they didn't wanna
imagine they
commit?
want to speculate because they don't know.
That's
to
correct.
Ritt's point.
I mean,
Okay.
for instance, right by the Q-Mart there, I think those plans came in, and you were probably on the board at the time, or the township at the time, by Strayer and by the Q-Mart there. You know, I think it came in at, what was the number, 800?
It was 400.
400, and then they knocked it down to 250?
70, yeah.
270?
And those
So-
are all either age restricted or age targeted.
No
So
longer-
that doesn't
no
add a
longer-
single student to the school district.
Actually,
Does some nice things for your tax base. but-
Yeah. And Mr. Ritter, to your point on developments, I mean, I moved into this area, say 2004, when they were just building Strayer Middle School, and I had to sign off about this new road that was gonna go in for that development, which never occurred. That was tied to a development, and still to this day, over 20 years later, that road has never gone in at Strayer Middle. Is that right?
And when that development goes in, that triggers the original contract with QCSD that you guys get to build that road.
Right.
Well,
Ron,
just
you're
to the
nodding
train
in on
tracks.
that.
No, we only have about like like 400 feet of road. It's
Yeah.
not much.
Yeah, but
For
you're
what
still
it's
on the
worth,
hook for that.
We're still on the hook
Mr.
for that,
Spear has a
correct.
shovel.
Still have money
Right.
in the bank.
But it proves the point that even though a development may go in, it's 20 years later, it still hasn't gone in.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was when they built Strayer, so it was 2003 and before that.
Yep.
We're
Very good.
waiting 20 years later for that development.
Okay.
Thank you for all your knowledge.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have one
Consider it.
follow-up.
Oh, go ahead, Dave.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Donnell.
Yeah, the only comment I have regarding your initial statement is you encouraged us to be certain of those numbers and those projections. And unfortunately, I don't think that anybody can be certain of those projections. Nobody has a crystal ball. There's too many factors that weigh into what it could be. It's a best guess. It could be wrong. It could be spot on. It could be way under. It's really hard, really, really hard to be 100% certain of these projections.
Correct.
So I think if we're certain that we tried to the best of our ability, that's probably the best you're going to get from anybody up here.
And to that point, I think it's safer on our side to project more so that we have capacity rather than less, so we get to a point in 5 years where we don't have the capacity because we projected too low. But I get your point, and I think you're right. I don't know where to kind of draw that line yet.
Yeah, in the end, they're only projections.
Right.
So it's best guess.
But I think right now, since we already have that pressure in our elementary schools, we do know that at least we do need more capacity now. And we are being a bit conservative with going out very far. So as much as these, $50 to $80 million projects seem very expensive, if we sort of took what Mr. Reimers was saying over there and said, we're gonna build to everything possible, we would be building for all 1,000 houses that were in various stages of approval, and then we could very well be overbuilding. So Mr. O'Donnell was very good in saying, we can really only do as much as we can do, and I think by speaking to all the municipalities, we got a better feel than we would have just collecting data from Power School.
Mr. Sherman?
So I just want to make a couple of points. First, projections are I wouldn't want to do them because, they're very difficult methods to calculate. A lot of time goes into them, a lot of time and effort, and you go on record, here's my projection. And then, we can judge 10 years from now with 20/20 hindsight if they were right or not. Those are the best numbers that we have. But the underlying activity is we have pressure in our elementary schools that we know. We also have a neighborhood school that is in dire need of repair, renovation, reconstruction. So those are two drivers that are good use, are a good investment right now. How much capacity that we put on, we can massage those numbers a little bit, but I think that we're taking a look at the whole spectrum of issues that we have and trying to expand in a prudent and reasonable manner. But appreciate the input, and I absolutely agree with you, but it's a projection.
Well, good luck, gentlemen. Tough choices.
Thank you, sir. Next, sir.
My name's Andrew Gilman. I'm a Quakertown Borough resident and parent of a QE student and a future QE student. So my bigger concern for all of this is whatever option, what happens with the current students during construction and the timeline of that. So if, you know, I saw a few options touted about online. One was moving the kids to the sixth grade center, which would be, I guess, option 3 when you add on to the middle school, which seems like the best option for at least QE kids. But if you were to not pick that option and have, say, construction happen, knock down QE, and then relocate the students, how you would do that, whether you try to send them to different schools. And I think as a parent, that's just an unacceptable option if you have to split. So say I have a kindergartner and a 4th grader, and I have 2 different schools. I have to go to POF and NIDIG, and that just can't happen as a parent. I mean, I already have a hard time getting to work on time, waiting for a bus, let alone having to wait for 2 buses or drive to 2 separate schools. So I don't know what your plan is to address that problem, which I think is probably on all of them if you choose to knock down QE before construction happens.
Sure. So I would initially say that I don't think anybody up here wants to disrupt kids more than we have to. So to your point, to take the kids, if we picked option 1 or 2, and disperse them all over the district, I can't imagine anybody up here would want to do that.
That was a discussion a couple of years ago when we were
Yeah,
talking
I
about
can
that.
jump in.
I just don't think that
I don't either.
anybody up
I
here
don't
would
have-
want to do that. What I would say is, there's other options. Dr. Freeman?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about a lot of iterations, the least of which is dispersing students across the district. It'd be next to impossible to do that equitably, and, you know, our intention through this process, because we've talked to the staff, we've talked to building leadership, and we've gotten input from parents as well at various points, is that the QE family would like to stay together through this process. And to disperse kids would be, as the gentleman just said, the most disruptive to student learning. And, you know, I talked in great length tonight about transitions and like to uproot students and to put them in separate buildings to not only take them away from familiar faces, and it would be chaotic. So we've laid a lot of different options. Mr. Schrader touched on tonight, you know, we are going to explore the potential of building a new building while kids remain in QE, and we need to weigh the pros and cons of a potential of that. At first, we didn't even know if that was possible, and we need to collectively talk at the board level if that is something that's feasible and we want to pursue. There are potential options with moving the 6th graders out of that building. There's potential, depending on how we look at it, to potentially move the QE students into the 6th grade center. There's lots of configurations that we need to continue to explore, but I can assure you, and I think you can sleep easier knowing that none of the options would be dispersing students across the district. That I don't think that's even on the radar of anything that we're going to do moving forward. So I can't give you a definitive answer because, you know, we're starting to talk about different options, but, you know, there are things that we can do, from everything from modular classrooms to housing them collectively in another building in the district.
I can say that, and spoiler alert, I'm not a big fan of keeping the kids in the building while we're constructing around it. I think that's disruptive in and of itself, and I believe Mr. Schrader actually mentioned that. That being said, if that ends up being the best way forward for our kids, you know, that's something we have to consider. But sitting here right now, I wouldn't be a fan of that.
I mean, I think as me, I mean, I like the option of building while the students are still there. I know it would be disruptive. I've been on plenty of construction sites, but it's, I think, just the easiest, I think, for parents as a whole. You'd figure it out after a week.
Great, thank you.
Heck of a week, then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There we go, sure.
My name is Brittany Dodge. I am from the Quakertown Borough. I have a few questions. If QE moves to the sixth grade center while you build a new QE, and then we transition back to the new QE, what is going to happen to the sixth grade center then? Are we keeping it? Are we selling it? What are the plans for that?
I can tell you the plan is not to sell it.
Okay.
There's been a lot of iterations of what can go in there. I'm probably not the best person to talk about that.
There's a lot of
Take it.
options. I would, as the board representative to the intermediate unit, I know the Bucks County Intermediate Unit would love to have a Northern Bucks facility. I'm not suggesting that's even anything anybody has thought. I'm just throwing that out cold. So don't for a second think that's a plan.
Are you signing that contract right now?
But, you know, there's obviously a lot of options. It's a vacant building in our inventory, so, you know, it's not the most pressing thing. Our kids are the most pressing things, and having a spare building just as a benefit for the future.
I can tell you that I would concur with what several board members have said. It gives us flexibility and options. We already do have IU classrooms in that building, so you know they're potentially, and I say potentially because we've had zero formal conversations about this, to expand offerings. I would concur with Vice President Jackson that that I believe that the IU would love to expand their presence in the northern part of the county, and Quakertown happens to be an ideal location for that. But it also provides us with the flexibility. You know, we're talking about numbers and growth, and you want to keep that. But there is 0% chance that we would talk about offloading that building. You want to keep that in our portfolio. It is a location that, and a building that we need in our portfolio, and it gives us flexibility for future growth and plans down the road for whatever we might encounter. And I think Board Member O'Donnell said, you know, unfortunately, we don't have a crystal ball what might come down the pike later on, but it's advantageous to a district to have that flexibility when you have a building. And if you do potentially lease it out or, you know, keep it running, it's a much better alternative than there's a term called mothballing a building and keeping it vacant. So, you know, I think it's a best case scenario to kind of figure out what to do with that. But by no means have we had any discussions, nor can I imagine, just knowing all 9 board members, that we would ever think about having a conversation of that magnitude.
And I had even brought this up to say, to sort of warn everybody from being on your side back when Milford closed, to say, hey, there are procedural things and legal things that the school district has to do to close a school, that we have to make notifications, and I believe they need to be a year out and stuff. So I had asked, do we want to make those notifications? And there was no one wanted to make those notifications. So there's no desire for our board here to want to close that building.
One of the other questions I had is during construction at QE, if we leave the building standing and do construction around it, I know they said not to marry the plans, but what do they do for the students for recess? Because obviously that is a critical thing for children in the elementary age. Where would recess happen if construction's going on behind the school? What are the thoughts and processes for that?
That's a very good question, and I wrote it down here, so I was gonna ask it
Well,
later,
good,
so-
we'll cross that off your list.
But I would say,
Right off the top of my head,
it
it's
would be
alumni
behind a tall fence, and I guess we would let Mr. Spatafora, maybe he can finally get up now?
Oh,
That's one of the,
You have to do it at the podium.
Yeah, can you do it so we
Has to be
can
on a
hear it?
microphone.
Sorry, go ahead.
Rook, can I ask that the member of the community repeat her name? The secretary didn't get your name.
Brittany Dodge. You're welcome.
It's been alluded to twice.
stand up to the mic.
Do my best to not build with kids in the building. It is a distraction. Yes, it can be done. If you ask any parent who's done that, I've done 2 now. I did Brockle Middle School and Nitchman for Bethlehem School District, both 4-acre sites. A fence is a barrier. The kids on the second floor of that building, looking out the window, are totally distracted. I have to put a crane somewhere to put the frame of that building up.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be in Park Avenue. So there are many discussions to have and options to weigh. But at first, I would think an option for a playground is to go across the street to the turf. You have asphalt there, and you have, to get, if that survives, and I was gonna fight to the end, I'm not doing that, but, so I think it's an option, I think there are some, but I think we got a long road ahead to make those, but I'm all for separating kids from construction when we have the choice to do that, okay?
Yeah, Ms. Dodge,
Thank you, Mike.
we've had initial conversations, but, you know, it's all speculatory right now because, you know, as Mr. Schrader showed, that, you know, he put a structure, just a tentative structure as a placeholder on those plans, and we haven't even gone down the road of design and what that would look like and the potential, and as Mr. Spatafora said, it's all speculatory right now, and I don't disagree that it would be a distraction, but, you know, we definitely have options, we have flexibility, and we want to keep the kids safe, and I agree with you, play is very important at the elementary level. So we would never forego that in lieu of construction and things of that nature, so that will strongly be taken into consideration, no matter what avenue we go down.
And then my final question is kind of like a part 2 to that. If you move QE to the 6th grade center, what, in a sense, does recess look like there? Are they just gonna go out on the field and run around and do all that? Because I know there's a small little preschool playground off of the 6th grade center, but again, the kids are gonna get tired of just running in a field with not much to do.
To be honest with you, we probably have, like, if we go down that road, we probably have a lot more flexibility to put a temporary playground in place. But once again, you know, like, we're several steps away from what that would look like. I mean, we've had internal conversations, knowing that that would be something that we would have to discuss. I gotta be honest with you, that I think that option is a little bit easier to wrap my head around right now on what we can do to put things in place to create a playground, even in the temporary, while they potentially are there. But I don't think anything that we presented tonight is not insurmountable. Like, the students are at the forefront of any decision, and hopefully that resonated with what I talked about tonight. They're at the forefront of any decision that we make collectively in this district, and you know, a big aspect of the elementary learning process is play, and allowing them that time to be on the playground, and so that will definitely be a in-depth discussion with the gentleman here, the board, district office, administration, and so forth. So we'll keep you updated along the way and see how this plays out, but I wouldn't worry about that we will not forego that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you, Brittany.
Oh, hold on, we'll go back there. Yep, you. Go to you next.
I see the binder.
Tony Becker, Richland Township.
Hi, Tony.
Hi. So my first question, I guess, is, it was alluded to the road going into Strayer. As a parent who just picked up her kid from activity night, and it took like 15 minutes from the stop sign to the actual school, I'm wondering what we're gonna do with 3 grades and how viable actual options are. I'm also wondering about are we doing the additions on Strayer when the kids are in the school as well? Like how that would work, because it's summertime. So I guess that's my biggest questions.
You stole another one of my questions then, the timing of
Yeah, well, the timing, I'm like wondering about, like how, when that would play out. Is it a year, 2 years from now? But also like, when are we doing the additions? And also the cafeteria thing, like my daughter eats at like 10:40 and it's crazy.
Straya's a one road in, one way out. There's really nothing we can do about the traffic. I mean, we have an engineer who will, I don't even know if he could come up with anything. You're right, we're gonna add another grade, which essentially is increasing the population by 50%.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying, the drop-off line's already insane. It's been a long time since I dropped my kids off there, but it happened. There's really no good solution.
Well, activity night had 3 grades. It had 6th, 7th, 8th.
Yep.
And I mean, it was, I don't know if anyone else did it, but it was.
I'm surprised it only took you 15 minutes.
If you wanna convince the
I did,
developer.
but I left early.
Yeah.
Yeah. You let, well, you're smarter.
Again, we're supposed to continue that road out there as soon as that adjacent development happens. If you want to convince that guy to get along and make that development so we can connect that road for you, that'd be lovely.
I'm just
but-
saying that's
So what-
something
so what-
to consider. The other question I had too was, I'm wondering what the average size of a middle school is. I know we can't compare ourselves to other districts, everybody does everything different, but if you're saying the 6th to 8th grade structure is the best structure, is 1,300 students a lot for a middle school? Is it average? Would we be big, little, medium?
So I just want to back up on your original question on what happens when the addition's put on Strayer. And I just want to talk what I know, and the facilities can talk more, but when we built that Strayer Middle School, it was actually had an expansion plan. So that building, when that addition goes on, can be done when the students are in session without disruption to the students. That was my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's what I understand as well.
Well, it is designed so it can be expanded. We're not going to completely avoid noise disruption.
Yeah, he's
and
still gonna have to put a
distraction.
crane there.
So let me-
And lift stuff. Same
and-
crane's
and-
gonna be there, but it's
and-
gonna be at the other one.
And we're, we're not
So
going
it
to,
sounds, I'm sorry, Chuck, go ahead.
we can avoid it at one site, we can't avoid it at the other. And having participated in 2 renovations with students in place is exactly the reason why I would oppose doing more construction with students on site than we absolutely have to. The high school was a construction zone for 5 years, and the tech school was a construction zone for 2 years. How much did it impact the kids? I don't know, but I guarantee it did. So,
Yeah, I concur. Mr. Sharma, I had talked to some students that went through the renovations. They were very unhappy as they went to room, and there was just a opening to the cold. They were not happy, so.
Well, I believe either one of these projects would not have, they're not gonna be interior projects, so they would all be happening outside, so you wouldn't have that opening. I'm sure, Mr. Spatafora wouldn't open that wall up until he absolutely had to, so the kids, it's not gonna be like the high school where they were renovating the entire inside of the school while the students, and the tech school while the students were there. You know, these are gonna be construction projects happening outside the school. So, yes, they're gonna look out the window and see, you know, a crane lifting up giant pieces of steel and people welding, but
Mr. Spear, I don't know how you can make that statement when part of the proposal is to renovate the cafeteria.
so
that was
it
my
would be in the courtyard, they would build that, and they probably wouldn't open that wall up until the structure was finished inside the court wall, is what I would assume.
Try not to make too many assumptions on how someone's going to build
No,
something.
you're right, but that
think
part
with
could
regard-
also
that's
be
slippery
done over
slope.
the summer, too.
With regard to that, I'd rather hear from them.
You're
rather
right,
than
you should probably ask Mr. Spatafora about that one.
Can I?
Just hold on. I'll get to you.
No, I didn't know if, like, really quick, because I can sit down.
No.
Get out.
No,
But
I want to say something.
Oh, okay, then you go.
So, couple things. One is we would try to schedule that construction. We get foundations and steel frame over the summer, and we kind of get that building enclosed, and they can work on it through the winter. So the timing of that will help. What was the other question?
The cafeteria expansion into the courtyard.
So the cafeteria expansion, I think we have to look into that a little bit more detail. It's not a terrible idea, but now you want to bring equipment through that building and into that courtyard to try and build that very small addition in the courtyard. Again, yes, it can be done. We can do a ship in a bottle. But think of what's going to have to go through that building to build that. Is it all going to be storefront? Because that's a possibility.
Could it be done
Can
in
the
the summer
addition-
too? That's the other
The
question.
summer would be when we would do that if in fact it stays in the courtyard. If it goes to the outside of the building, which we would have to explore how that would work, I don't even, again, we got to get into the weeds more before we make those decisions, but scheduling and how we schedule it would matter on all of that. So if we can at least get the building shell and enclosed over the summer, when kids come back, we're stuck inside that shell working on the interior, so.
So
there's
best
si-
case,
Go ahead.
best case scenario, how long is the potential renovation at Strayer? How long could that take? Could that be something where it's only 6 months? Could that be something where it's
I think
closer
because
to
there's,
18?
there's actually two. There's one on the very short wing, and then there's one on the intermediate
Right.
wing. I don't know that we broke it down to classrooms. I think I had 12 on the big one and another 4 or 6 on the other one. I still think you're looking at a year and a half.
Okay.
Because, again, we're Pennsylvania, we're still fighting with temperature in winter, and if we get a favorable spring and we can get an early start, again, we'll take all that into account. I don't want to belabor that, but we have
So
ways that we
basically,
can-
it's at least a year of students into that sort of scenario. Thanks.
Ms. Becker, I want to circle back around to your point about Ronald Reagan Drive,
Yes.
because that's been one of my biggest downfalls for option 3, which I'm a fan of, by the way, is what do we do with that road, right? To your point, last year I picked my son up from Strayer, and I was literally out on Station Road. I mean, it was crazy. We've got a lot of engineers in here and architects, and up on this board there's a lot of people that are pretty dang smart and have potentially dealt with some of the things we would need to deal with if we wanted to expand that road. Talk with the landowner that we're in contract with, I think Mr. Ritter said, to expand that road. So I want to know, and I don't know if it's an answer that could be tonight or a, hey, I'll get back to you answer, but I want to know, how can we not just replace the 400 feet or whatever I think Mr. Spear said, or whatever it is, but how can we continue that road to where, out to Station Road, so we can have through traffic and help that traffic pattern? Or can we consult with a traffic engineer or consultant, whatever, to try to figure out that pattern? Because I see that as, not just an inconvenience for us. I also see that as a what-if scenario,
Yeah,
right?
it's a safety concern.
What if?
Mr. Hippoff, just to that point, we definitely want to consult the contract with the landowner, because it is possible that he has control over the method in which that road goes through his property, because it would affect his plans for the development if we chose to put it on our own in a place he doesn't desire.
Fair enough.
So I'm just saying, you want
So
to know
to-
what the contract said.
Does anybody have any knowledge, because we have to go, over the river and through the woods, or under a railroad track, or over a railroad track?
Up to the railroad tracks, I understand.
Up to the railroad tracks, but how do we get over the railroad track?
Well, we're talking about a 3/4 of a
Right.
mile road. What are the standard size, 28 feet? Like, that would be a huge cost.
So
I
that's
understand that,
one of the
but so
things-
is a $95 million project.
That's
So if
one
that's
of,
a,
Or 100 then.
so if it's
Go ahead,
another
Mr. Chairman.
5 million, and that makes the most sense, you're talking about a 5% of the project, right?
so,
$5
and we'll get, that's one of the things that we
You
need
don't
to.
know that, though. You're speculating.
I think
That's what-
at the very least, there has to be other options considered
So-
for what you would even do, like a wraparound, I don't know.
Something,
What
right?
would happen?
And I think
Yeah.
So-
if that's an option, is something that we get down to, and like, man, we would love to do this option. Well, we need, not, we should, we need.
I think that's a prerequisite.
100% prerequisite to.
For that option is that we understand what we need to complete the road, as well as get over the railroad tracks.
Correct.
Because there's a board there somewhere that we're gonna have to deal with, and a bureaucracy that we're gonna have to fight our way through, and we'll probably need help.
Didn't we at one point have something like that? Didn't we have a permit at
I-
one point?
I believe
I don't
SEPTA
know.
owns those train tracks there, and they don't even run their own trains on them.
No,
so-
So that's one of the things
Conrail?
that we need more information
No,
on.
SEPTA owns,
We know,
um,
we know that, but that's a key thing. That's a key thing in
This is all good information,
understanding the
though. So-
viability of that option.
I was part of that project when we did that. So it was a tripartite contract between Richland Township, Quakertown Community School District, and Green, the developer who did that development. I don't remember the name. I remember,
Yeah, it's a different developer name now, but there's a.
again,
Let him
but
go.
I think step one of that would be find out, we can pull that information out and find out, can we build the Quakertown part of that road up to the train tracks? Can we then engage with the owner of the property and at the very minimum, do a temporary road that they can later come back and do with their development? Again, I think we try that as an option because I've been in and out of there doing surveys and whatnot, and that traffic, even a regular school day, is very
Correct.
congested.
I
Doc-
think
Doc-
we're getting a little bogged down.
We are, I just wanted to know, but that's an important part of that option.
But we don't know we can't.
Correct, and that's why I
there's no
said,
way
come
for
back
us
to me
get the
later
answers.
and.
And I'm
Doc-
gonna
Doc-
take a seat, I promise, but I
No,
just.
Dr. Freeman wanted to get back to you about
Yes,
the
on
middle
that's
school
what I
size.
wanted. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. That's a very relevant question that you asked. I was gonna defer. Where'd she go?
But she comes back.
Dr. Hoffman and I received, we have the ability to kind of look at numbers from across the Commonwealth and sort the document to like-sized districts throughout Pennsylvania. And we targeted middle schools, 6 through 8, 7, 8. I looked over and you ran away. But we just wanted to share with you similar sized districts and the size of schools. I can just tell you from experience, I've had the honor and privilege to work in many wonderful districts across the Commonwealth. The size that we're projecting, and we want to give you some hard numbers, is not uncommon. Let me say this also. There are lots of iterations of what districts feel is appropriate for their particular situation. There are lots of different drivers to those configurations as well. So when you see neighboring districts, I've heard a lot of people referring to some districts in the Lehigh Valley or around us and surrounding counties, and there are different drivers that are unique to them that might be different to Quakertown. So if they have a 5-6 building, a 7-8 building, some people might have a 5 to 8 building. There's a ton of variables that play into it. But I want to turn it over to Dr. Hoffman for a second, that she can share some real numbers in conjunction with what we are targeting in that scenario, to kind of just show that we're not a standalone entity going down this road.
Sure, so I apologize for stepping away a minute, always perfect timing. We did take a look at similar sized districts, and then also districts where if they had more than one middle school, then that middle school would be similar sized, because it really doesn't help us to look at a district that's much, much larger on a whole. But if they have 3 middle schools and each middle school would be about this size, then it tends to make a little bit more sense. And I would say that the average, just looking at that list and trying to pull mostly from like Bucks and Montgomery, a little bit of Northampton, where it's appropriate for the size of the class numbers. They do hit typically in the area of like 1,100 to 1,300 students across 6 to 8, so that's fairly similar to these types of numbers. Obviously, there are a number of schools that we looked at where those numbers are north of 1,300, some all the way up into like a 1,400 number, some here up into like the 1,800 number, but when you're looking at that, again, we start to look at those buildings having additional specialized programs there that would pull, whereas currently in Quakertown, when we talk about specialized programs or we talk about IU programs and things like that, the thing to remember is that for the most part, not wholly, but for the most part, the students in those programs are Quakertown students. So it's not as though in some of these other districts where they might be leasing space out and having students come from other districts, we are actually programming for students who live in our community. So the numbers are really quite reasonable in terms of where we fall with other districts, but not within our current square footage. So we did walk the buildings, and my team will laugh about me with my little clipboard, and actually look to see if we could fit students in there, and it would not be something that we would recommend. So with the addition of the space, the numbers in there, and then really, I think as the team said, the one question is just like, what would that traffic pattern look like?
Yeah, and I can tell you, Dr. Hoffman and I are in buildings all the time, and we're in classrooms, and she is not embellishing. We carried around the clipboard and really looked at the use of space in all of our buildings so we could make a more educated decision along the way, or with real-time data of what our buildings, the current configurations look like. And we took everything into consideration. But I wanted her to share those numbers because I think, and I hear rumblings, things trickle back to me eventually, and I, there's this, I think, misconception out there that, we have this big middle school and it's only going to get bigger, and I don't want the community to feel that we're building this mammoth structure that kids are going to get lost in. I don't believe that. We're in that building a significant amount of time, and it's a passion of mine to really look at the use of space and what we do in schools. I agree with you on what you talked about. I remember when I taught, I had lunch at 10 o'clock. I'm like, well, that's breakfast, but I get it. So we are really looking at, and we're having conversations at the high school and middle level with use of time, with schedules, with how we use that time throughout the day, and we are, getting creative with the use of time. I mean, that is, we get a block of time every day that we are with the students and with our learners. And so we need to re-envision how we use that time and how we can use it equitably in a effective way. And we talked so much about that already this evening. So you bring up valid points. I wanted to kind of back it up with data, and I can assure you that everything that you touched on are things that are going to continue to be taken into consideration and have already been discussed.
So Tony, I just had a quick question for you. I appreciate you coming up, and remember working with you on the redistricting committee, and I just figured to ask you. We went through that, and that was presented by Dr. Friedman here about that 2021 committee, and that was, if you recall, an elementary redistricting committee, and they were very clear to us at the time, the prior administration, that our charge was to focus on the elementary schools. It wasn't looking at the high school or anything like that. And I know that the ultimate decision that we had, and we presented to the board, there was reference to the cost of QE and what to do with QE, and that was a long discussion on that. And I know Todd, myself, or Mr. Hippoff, myself, and Mr. O'Donnell were on that redistricting committee with you. But the ultimate recommendation was to renovate QE, if I recall. Is that right? And what was the cost, do you recall, at the time? 20 million sound right?
I think it was 19.
19, 20 million? Yep, okay. So that was the ultimate recommendations. Okay, I appreciate all your time and effort on that. But that was very comprehensive, but we didn't see all the buildings. We only saw certain buildings, right? Yeah.
And it was difficult at the time because it was virtual and whatever.
So-
Yeah, thank you.
I just had a quick follow-up too. When Dr. Hoffman was talking about middle school sizes.
Thanks.
And you said for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, were you just combining 6th, 7th, and 8th graders from the school and seeing what the populations are? do we have any data that, of actual schools? Because when I was looking up here, and this is by no means a good way to look, it's that niche, that thing that like rates schools around, but it just says the largest middle schools in Bucks County. And it goes by, School Lane Charter School is the top one, Maple Point Middle School has 1,251 is the second. So we would be between the first and second largest in Bucks County if we went to 13, I wrote it down here, 1324. Yeah, that would make us the second largest middle school by student population in the county. So do we have those numbers of an actual school or just 6th, 7th, and 8th sizes?
So it's, I was trying to summarize for the sake of moving the conversation
Yeah.
along, but I can certainly, with permission, share the entire document with you. But what it does is calculate from 5th through 8th grade, because some schools have 5 to 8 configurations, so I had to kind of sort that out. And I also want to give credit to Janelle Hilton for putting this together, because I don't want to make it seem like I did all of this work. I just am interpreting it and reading it to you. The numbers are those 5, 6, 7, 8, and then total 6 to 8, total 5 to 8, the LEA total, meaning the entire school district total, and then how many middle school buildings they have divided out. So we can look at all of those numbers to determine how many students they have per building on average. But if they have 2 students, I just divide it in half. I don't actually know if they
have two schools, you
exact
mean? Yeah.
same size buildings or not. So if we actually wanted to, we'd need to do some more work or call the districts or, have those conversations if that was something that we wanted to do. But I think the point of the conversation is that we are well within a normal range of the number of students who can be together in 6th through 8th grade.
Well, I mean, this average here in Bucks County is like 850.
I wouldn't utilize that site
Now,
personally.
I understand it's not perfect,
I
but.
believe everything I read.
Chris, where we went to middle school, we had 2,000 people in our school, so.
No, listen, I know North Penn is a different animal. And I should have checked Bucks and Montgomery, but it only lets you check one county at a time, so.
Okay. Next. Go ahead. You.
Thank you for that.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bridget Stetler. I'm in Richland Township, and I have a second grader at Richland and a high school teacher who I also call one of my children. So I had a couple questions. I apologize. This is a little disorganized than the last time I spoke with all of you. But one of the things that stood out to me in the presentation, and I know you alluded to it, was there's a $32 million, I'll call it, bogey of existing investments that are necessary across the district today. Like, how are we thinking about that relative to the optionality that was presented? Because I think, what, 21 million of it is QE, right? So in some ways, does that wipe off the plate, and then you're left with, like, investments in Richland, I think a couple of the others? Like, how should we as taxpayers think about that as we think about influencing your decision in the optionality? Or not?
Well, some of those.
Or I asked a question you guys are thinking about, and
Some of those other buildings renovations will be taking place in our capital projects plan that we set aside, I believe, 1.25 million for per year.
Okay.
So we will be addressing those, as the years come. We're not just we're
Right.
not trying to build another QE mess.
No.
Of not.
And I also think it's important that, as Jamie and Melissa pointed out from PFM, is that we're not, with what they presented, we're not touching our reserves.
Right.
So when we have a roof that comes up, we have a 5-year capital plan that Mr. Christine puts together, it's extensive and it's expensive, right? So by touching the assets in our general fund at this point, I believe we should fund all through bonds, and you can tell me if I'm wrong with what I'm saying here, fund all through bonds, and as those capital plans come up, that's what we have that general fund for, to be able to go out and do a roof on Strayer, or be able to do a parking lot, or you know.
Or a road on
one of the
Ronald
oth- one of
Reagan
the
Road
100
for the help. No, I'm
mandates-
kidding.
Yeah.
Sorry,
one of the
I didn't
100
mean to stir the
mandates
pot, but I had to a little
that-
bit, yeah.
That the state brings up.
I think,
Oh, right.
I think Rob's fund would be pretty wiped out from doing Ronald Reagan extension, but.
And bear in mind, we have a line item in the budget where we give money annually for those projects. It's not like we're tapping the fund balance every time there's a repair. We're dedicating budget annually to those repairs.
Just like a
So-
homeowner would put money aside to,
Correct.
right, okay.
So
It's-
we did that last year, plus we
Yeah.
put a roof on the sixth grade center.
Yeah.
So that was, you know, 1.25 million plus, you know, whatever that cost, $2 million, $3 million.
And for the audience, fund
So-
balance.
So, I mean, yeah, so we have fund balance.
Fund balance is AKA our savings account.
Correct.
Where we squirrel away excess taxpayer money, much to my chagrin, to the tune of 40 million. We're sitting on it. But that's what it means. It's a weird word, but it's a savings account.
And so that's why partially why I'm asking some of these questions. I think it's important because when you then look at like a 9.6 mill rate over the one of the options, right? You have to think of that relative to then what you alluded to was how much of your cash reserves you're going to put up at the same time as you're borrowing a bond of 10, 20, 25 million relative to the total investment. So that the reason I'm asking questions because it's important for me to understand, but I think it's relative in the financial picture for the district, for a taxpayer to understand the relative, like on a $40,000 assessed value at a mill rate of 1 to 5, like what are we talking about tax increase, and then how much of our cash are we putting in from our savings account to pay for it? So, right, over 10-year period. Yep. Okay. Hopefully that was helpful to the people listening virtually. When we showed capacity on the slide that laid out the K through 5, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, I know we're not solving the high school problem, but do we have any concerns about capacity at the high school in the next 5 to 10 years? And is that?
No, the high school actually for that 10-year projection has come in under, especially with the tech school enrollment, we're good.
Okay. Okay. And then, sorry, I have questions. I'm just running through that. When we think about the borrowing, this is probably for the financial folks, do any of the, predominantly like I think about option 2 and option 3, because when you look at option 1, it's a lot of transition for the kids. I just don't think that aligns to the guardrails we're thinking about. How much impact does that have on our like financial rating? Like, are any of those better than the other or not?
Can you please come up to the mic?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We should have probably given you guys like panel
mics.
seats.
They're about the same.
Yeah, if you'd
I
like
know
to,
it's
you can sit there
a
if you
large
want.
dollar difference, but
It doesn't like, we're not going from like a A to a B
No.
plus type
So,
of.
so
yeah.
please speak into the mic so that people
Sorry,
can.
I'm so sorry.
But
Okay.
Jamie, before you step away, I mean, do you happen to know at the moment what our bond rating, what is our rating? And, because it's this expenditure, I promise you, is not going to affect our bond rating. I understand the nature of what's being proposed. I understand where we are. What is our bond rating out of the options, the categories?
sure, it's a AA3, which is well above average. And, you know, those options I would,
And this additional debt, plus our fund balance as it is not going to affect that
right,
in any way.
with proper management of your reserves. Now, if you spend all your reserves down to 0, this is a different conversation. But that's why we want to continue that conversation and balance that very carefully.
Okay. Great, thank you. And then, the other question was around additional costs, but we started to talk about the road and like transportation and others. So, thank you. This is really helpful. Appreciate it.
Very good, thank you.
Any questions for me? Probably not.
Thank you, Bridget. Thanks.
And then you next. You next. No, you're.
We
come on
can't
up.
hear you. I wasn't gonna do this because I'm so long-winded. I don't really even have a question. I do want to congratulate you guys and Dr. Friedman for building kind of a culture here where we can have a proactive and positive discussion about making this happen to whatever decision we make. That's awesome. Second point is, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I know I work with 20 of them. Building that road is a fraction of the cost of your construction processes. So if you can find a way to do that, it's
Are you
probably
offering
worth
to do
doing.
it, Mike?
I don't have a shovel.
Chris does.
Okay, if he has a couple of machines, we can whip it out in a weekend. But that's primarily what I wanted to point out was you can make that road thing work out positively, and you guys are doing a great job keeping this thing going, and we could not have had a discussion like this several years ago.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Post.
Thank you, Mr. Post.
Thank you.
Hi, Candace Titus from Bowersville Borough. I emailed the board earlier, and I want to say thank you to Todd and Dave for getting back to me. I know that most people are here talking about QE. My concern is Strayer. We've mentioned over and over again that our elementary schools are overcrowded and busting at the seams. So is Strayer. You know, and we're talking about putting 6, 7, and 8 in there into a building that is already extremely overcrowded. It already has extreme high volumes of behaviors that are seriously concerning. And I feel like adding another grade into that building is just fueling the fire. And I understand, as Todd mentioned in his email back to me, that we would also be putting an addition there, right? So we're not trying to squeeze 400 more kids into the same size building. I get it. But until that is already managed and under control in terms of the behaviors, it doesn't matter how much extra space you add on. You know, you're just adding extra burden on those teachers, on those administrators. We need to solve that problem first. We need to strengthen the PBIS system in that building, and we need to have more consistent consequences when those behaviors are occurring. And until that happens, you cannot add 6th graders in there. And I understand these projections are years out, right? So maybe we have time to work on that in between. But then listening to the presentation, I came upon more questions. And you know, and I touched on it a little bit in my email, but we talked about a larger cafeteria, right? There's already 3 lunches that are extremely overcrowded. And if you've been in Strayer, that courtyard area, it's not that big. That's our addition. That's not going to work. So are you going to have 4 lunch periods now? Are kids going to be eating at 9 a.m.? Are kids going to be eating at 2 p.m.? Like, that's not enough space. As it stands now, Strayer cannot have a whole school assembly. They can't do it. The kids don't fit. We have a 7th grade assembly. We have an 8th grade assembly. When there's events for parents to come into the building, we have the 7th grade event, we have the 8th grade event. We cannot fit all of our parents into the auditorium. Are we going to make that bigger? Or are we going to have 3 assemblies? 6th grade assembly, 7th grade assembly, 8th grade assembly. Never the whole school as a community together. That's not okay. In the presentation, we didn't talk about square footage or capacity of the additions. In an email back from Dave, it was mentioned that we haven't gotten specifics in design for that addition yet. Well, those of us in the community want to know what that looks like. So I'm against it, completely against 6, 7, 8 and Strayer, right? But it's clear through Dr. Friedman's presentation that that is the administration's preference, which makes me believe that's the road we're going down, right? So then we need specifics on what that addition looks like. One of the gentlemen here, I'm sorry, I don't remember which one, alluded to one addition being 6 classrooms and one addition being 12 classrooms, which is a total of 18 classrooms. In a building that's already overcrowded, adding 400 more students, but only adding 18 classrooms, I can't wrap my brain around that. It doesn't make sense to me. So my questions were, are we getting a larger auditorium? Are we getting a larger lunchroom, larger than just adding to the courtyard or adding the courtyard in? Are we getting a larger parking lot? Is there a way to figure in more than just 18 classrooms? Would the addition occur and be completed before the sixth graders are moved in? And there were talks about the biggest hot topic is the road and the traffic. And yes, activity night was absolutely, I mean, insane. Like, you can't even consider that unless that road is an option. You can't. It's not fair to students. It's not fair to parents. And God forbid, in case of an emergency, what does that look like on Ronald Reagan Drive? It's not possible without an additional way in and out, and it's not safe without an additional way in and out. So I know that was a lot of questions, guys. I'm sorry.
Actually, I have a lot of those same questions because I was looking and doing that look at the sort of the Strayer edition. And to Mr. O'Donnell's point in his email to you, we haven't heard them yet, right? So that, you know, that was some of the things I was going to ask. You know, to your point about, yes, I believe that's the administration's preference, but I can promise you, as I'm sitting here, it's the one I like the best, but it doesn't mean it's the one I'm going to go with, because I'm going to choose the one that's going to be best for all of our students. So,
But how can you make a decision without all of the information?
well, that's why we're here, right? So you guys got to go and ask your questions first, you know, and I think that was the right thing to do, but we do have other questions that we're going to be asking. And I'm not saying we're going to get the answers tonight. I don't know, because, you know, we haven't heard from them yet, but you know that we're asking those questions too.
And we're probably not making a decision until like May.
Yeah,
So
there's
we
no
will be
decision
getting
happening
more
tonight.
information in.
So this is a conversation. You're asking an awful lot of questions about design and facilities. We're not anywhere near that yet. And
But
we're
we
having a
stood up here and
conversation.
gave
We're
specifics
excuse me,
on square footage
excuse
of
me,
QE.
Excuse me. We're having a conversation with the public, including you, make sure that we have the right direction. And these options were laid out. We didn't, we prioritized the best options for the community, of which that is one of 3 or 4 that we have out there now. Strayer was initially designed to be expanded. Now, things didn't happen as the school district was promised, i.e. that road should have been done. So that should be off the table. That's for us to fix now somehow if we go down that road. And all of these things will be taken into consideration with respect to the cafeteria. Don't know about the auditorium. We haven't fielded that yet, but that's a design issue. And we'll keep those sensitivities and those priorities in mind when we get to that point. But we don't even know exactly what we're doing. But we're having the conversation, and you guys, and I appreciate everybody that's come, know here are the set of facts that we're working from. And it's a balance between that and being good stewards of the taxpayers' money and making sure that we take care of our most valuable commodity, which is our students.
Mr. Jackson. You've expressed a lot of concerns to the board, and rightly so. You have very valid concerns, but you're expressing them in a way as if we've made a decision or we're lacking information. Well, of course we're lacking information. This is the first meeting of a big plan. This big plan is not going to happen tomorrow or a month from now or 2 months from now. There's a lot of questions we're going to pose to these individuals based upon the feedback we've had today. One of them that I hadn't considered is parking. So there are standards for parking. Mr. Spatafor and I are very well with those, how to find those standards, but you raise a good question. I don't know that the parking lot that exists out there is sized for a population that we're going to put in that school district. And that begs a question from a permitting standpoint, are we going to have to increase our parking? You raise a good question about the auditorium. That's more of an administrative question than the board question, simply because it's programmatic. You ask a good question about the cafeteria. Mr. Schrader's already said that's going to be expanded. To what extent, I don't know, but we're going to trust that the experts are doing it properly. I just want you to understand, the whole point of this being here so that you could lay out those concerns. Don't for a second think we're not hearing you and we're going to ignore you or that we don't care. We're expressing, they've heard you, we've heard you. We're going to ask more of them as time goes on. And when we come before you with an actual plan that we're going to vote on, I promise you we'll have a lot more regarding the architecturals in front of us than we do now.
And
But-
I'm sorry,
No, go
I
ahead.
can understand what you're both saying. My point is, they stood up here and gave us exact square footage for what QE would look like, but can't give us exact square footage of what the addition to Strayer would look like. Parents who have children in Strayer want to know how much this will exacerbate the crowding issue.
Yeah, but they admitted the square footage of QE was an estimate. It wasn't, I mean, it's not going to be the final version.
Well, this is what it looks like to house 400 students, right? This is what it looks like to house 600
But
students.
it's a work in progress is all I'm saying. You're coming to us as if we've set things in stone, and I want you to understand that's not the case. This is a moving process. Everything's a variable right now. I just want you to understand, nothing's been set in stone, other than we're going to do something. That's the only certainty we have.
You are going to save QE, which I fully support. So thank you for that. This community absolutely needs a building in the center of town. But it affects other buildings too.
Sure.
You know, and I feel like in the interest of transparency, you should have more of a bigger picture for how those other buildings will be affected. And then if I could just ask, because, you know, other people stood up here and got their questions answered, can you please answer the most important question of will the addition be completed prior to sixth graders being moved in?
I would believe so.
I would assume yes.
Yeah, there is not, we have not had internal conversations about putting sixth graders into the current configuration of Strayer. So, I don't believe that that would be on the table.
So if that road was the one we went down, that construction would be the priority before QE.
I think it's the domino effect.
It is, and
right?
I think we
But
spelled that out.
You put the Strayer has to be finished. You move the sixth graders from the sixth grade center into the new Strayer, or the renovated Strayer. QE goes into the sixth grade center so that the new building, a new QE can be constructed.
Thank you.
In my mind, that's the domino effect.
Ms. Titus-
Mr. Schrader would like to speak.
Yep.
David?
You know, I appreciate that. The questions are all really good. Anybody who starts a project like this just wants to know the order of magnitude of what they're looking for project sizes. So they're going to start with what is in industry standard for square footage for a number of people. And they're going to put that on the site to see if it even fits to start with and figure out about what the ballpark cost is going to be. If the number's somewhere in the realm of what they think they can manage, then they move to the next step, which is programming, coming up with all of the spaces that they need, figure out how those add to the building appropriately so that they fit, so that they're organized well, and so that all of the students fit in the building that you're planning, including all the support spaces that you said. So that would be the next step. So all of the questions you're asking are really appropriate for the next step, and at least you're setting us up with the kinds of questions that, quite frankly, the administration have started to ask. What do we need to add to make these things happen? There is one caveat in the middle school world, and that is building large auditoriums has become much, much more difficult for school districts. So the gathering space for the entire building has slid a little bit away from the auditorium and a little bit more towards gathering all the students in the gymnasium. But that's just because it's become somewhat difficult to fund very large auditoriums. So
that's only one answer to your many questions. But the parking, the circulation, all of those conversations have started. We had some of those in the background. Nobody has any solutions. We do need some experts like traffic engineers to talk about that. So appreciate all of that that's coming up relative to the middle
And Ms.
school.
Titus, I just want to address one other thing. I mean, the lunch situation, I've dealt with iterations of that for years, not only at Quakertown, other places. Something that I touched on this evening that I'll continue to talk about is how we use time in buildings. And so, you know, we're going to continue to explore that. We are looking at a lot of different ways that we do that, from the high school to the middle level to the elementary level. And so you know about that. You understand how schools operate and what they do, but how we are not beholden to use time any one particular way. So we are exploring how we can best use time throughout the day so we can make better use of our time. As far as like the auditorium, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. It kind of caught my eye and on my first tour of the district that even in the current configuration, you know, they don't fit. But you know, it's something that we can continue to explore and discuss. But really, I can assure you, because that's your bigger question, and one point of clarification, Mr. Spatafora and Mr. Schrader talked about adding on to the two wings, and it was 12 and 8, so it's about 20 classrooms. Yeah.
My apologies. I thought you said 12
but
and 6.
and understand that if you're adding the number of students that we're potentially adding, if you schedule and use space other ways, that number easily fits in that building in a very manageable way. I'm very confident of that. I've been doing this for a very long time. Dr. Hoffman and I have had extensive conversations. We have walked that building. We've talked to building administration, and I am very confident that we wouldn't be having these conversations if I didn't feel that we could, with the additions and everything that we're proposing, have 3 grades in there comfortably. Like we would not, I wouldn't even consider that if we had to shoehorn students into a building. So, and look, we are at the beginning of this conversation, and as things evolve, we'll be able to give more specifics along the way. But I can tell you that you have my word that I wouldn't have said what I said this evening, and we wouldn't be having this discussion if I felt that it wasn't feasible to have. How many times did I talk about learning spaces that provide the best environment for student growth and achievement? I stand by that. So based off of our extensive conversations with these 2 gentlemen and their teams, I'm confident that we can get there with the proposals.
You believe 20 classrooms is enough to add a
I do.
whole extra grade in there? Like,
I think we need to, we're not managing classroom quantities at this point. That was
No.
a square footage average
Yep.
times number of students.
Okay.
So we will program with all of the folks who educate in that building to come up with the right number of spaces to add. That's
so
the
there
intent.
is more room than that?
Yep.
The 2 classroom additions that David had shown and I talked about was literally out to where that access drive that goes around the building. It was a graphical stopping point. It is not a true representation of what is actually needed on that building. So, again, very, very early preliminary. We don't know the number of classrooms that we need yet. That's what looked good on that aerial photo for discussion. There wasn't the amount of information and design put into that at this point. You are absolutely right. We'll get the right number as we go through the program.
And Ms.
Appreciate
Titus,
that.
I want to say, from being on the same side you are now, back when other plans and when the other planning commissions were happening, I was coming in and speaking the same way. I sort of got schooled, I guess, on auditoriums as well, because that was one of the comments that I made. And in the aftermath of it, I did look into it. So no high school in our county has an auditorium big enough to fit their whole student body. None. You know, North Penn has 3,500 students in their high school, or 2,800 students. They have an 800-seat auditorium. Our high school has 1,700 students and has an 800-seat auditorium. Strayer was designed to be built for, I believe, 960-some students, and the auditorium still has less space than that in it. So I guess how Mr. Schrader was saying is sort of truth, and it's sort of the way that they've been building schools, and all of them, Solderton High School, Penn Ridge High School, none of those auditoriums can fit all of their student body in there.
Those are all high schools.
Awesome.
Middle schools are the same.
I just see value in the entire community being together. And that doesn't happen.
We need like those conference room center things that have those movable dividers that can go from, 8 rooms to 2,000 people in one room.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Titus.
I have some of those same concerns written down. So this is like Mr. Spear said earlier, thank you, you took some of my questions. But I had written down the auditorium as well, because to your point, it's like the student recognitions, things like that, it's just one grade at a time. And then juggling who goes first, and where's the early
Then
recognition
at
session
Strayer, they're
versus
always
the
back to back, which traffic
in and out of
butts
that
heads.
road makes it incredibly difficult. So I had actually every one of your questions written down as concerns that needed address, so thank you for bringing them up.
Thank you, Dave.
All right.
Thank you.
Next, I see a hand in the back.
Melanie Romanowski, Milford Township. I just I share a lot of the same concerns that Candace just brought up. I do have a few other questions that came up just listening to everything tonight. I actually came in here with the mindset I was just going to listen tonight. I wanted all the information so that I could form my questions and all that for the next meeting. With that being said, I came in a little bit late and I missed most of the administration's presentation. I was just wondering if there was a way for that to be communicated with the public as well. What I was able to catch of that, I kept hearing a lot of like the research, but I was hoping maybe that research would be provided so that we're able to see the same thing that the administration's seeing, where they're coming from. I feel like it might make it a little bit clearer as parents and taxpayers what that direction looks like. I did mention to Chris over the break that with the closing of Milford and Tohickon and all that, I do have a little bit of a trust issue with just listening to what the administration says. We heard declining enrollment for years, and obviously we're now dealing with that issue, that it was not declining. So if we could see that presentation, if we can maybe get some of that research so that we know where those numbers are coming from. I also would just ask that throughout this whole process, I want to say thank you, first of all, for allowing this dialogue to happen. But throughout the process, I would just hope that everything that is said is really considered. I think that there's a lot of things that we might not think of in the moment. Just like we were saying, if we have to move the kids to the QE kids to the 6th grade center, well, then we'd have to pay for busing, I would assume. So like, that's a cost that's probably not factored in, but it is going to cost us money. I am a huge supporter of finally getting QE done. I feel like this has been the longest drawn out project. Those kids deserve it, and I'm excited that that's going to happen for them. I am also very nervous, and I would be lying if I said that I wasn't extremely concerned about putting 6th, 7th, and 8th together. I grew up in Hatboro Horsham. I'm used to having 6th, 7th, and 8th as a middle school. When I came here, I thought it was the most bizarre thing to have a 6th grade center. Now, having a child who went through the 6th grade center, I can't say enough good things about it. I think that there's something to be said when you have a bunch of 11 and 12-year-olds that are going through puberty and everything else, that they can come together and meet those friends that they're going to be with through high school without any upperclassmen and all that, interaction. I think that the community has spoken time and time again that they would like QE to remain an elementary school and that they don't want to lose the 6th grade center. I think that speaks a lot of volume to what our community wants. So with that being said, I would love if there was a way to keep the 6th grade center. But first and foremost, I would like QE to get renovated. I just really don't want 6th, 7th, and 8th together. I don't think that's a great idea, but I'd also be curious to see what the addition at Schreier would look like. I just can't picture being able to fit an addition for 400 kids on that property. So that's all.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romanowski. Can you just so I can best target what you wanted, the specific research, because I referenced several things. What were you
Just
interested in
any,
seeing?
like I had said to Mr. Spears, on the agenda, they have the presentation from Mr. Schrader and from PMF, but
It asked
excuse
me
me.
about the enrollment study.
Yeah, like
So
the
that- yeah,
enrollment
we'll
studies and
share all
stuff like that. Like if there's a way to see what you guys researched, like where your like vision is coming from, just so that we can see what you're seeing. Because like I said, for a long time we were told declining enrollment. We closed schools, we did all and like now that's hurting us. You know what I mean? So like, I think as parents, as taxpayers, it'd be nice to see what the administration is looking at so that we know, where that's coming from.
I agree with you, and I think the idea was on one of the presentation slideshows is that we are going to dedicate a webpage on our website to sort of house all of this information and things like, I guess, if we do reference, a study, like, I think you may have said 6, 7, and 8 works
So
best
let me
together.
review it again just for everyone. If you go on the website and you go to reports, the reports tab, and then we created a separate area for capital projects. All the reports and everything will be right in there.
Okay, tonight when I went on, I was unable to open any of them. I'm hoping I can open them from my computer. But I'm just saying, like, in terms of like when we have these town hall meetings, I think it would be nice to be able to access that along with the other information pertaining to the meeting,
Yeah.
so that it's all in one place that we're able to see
I appreciate it, yeah.
where the information's coming from.
And I want to turn it over to Dr. Hoffman real fast.
Yeah.
So thank you, and I understand, and we've had a lot of conversation about the changing enrollment numbers, and, as Mr. Schrader shared, it is difficult to project for a lot of reasons, but
Oh, yeah.
the entire, every month, at least for the last 2 years that this has been under my purview, we've been adding them to every monthly board agenda, our current enrollment, and then every time that we get an update from Power School enrollment, that report is on there as well, so I would encourage you to look at that. But I just made a little note to see if we can get the most updated study, which I think we just got in January, so I don't know that we've had a chance.
Mine wasn't,
And we'd put
like,
it on
only
that
for
capital
that, though.
projects
Yeah.
page, and then that way maybe people can access it. Would that be? is that
Yeah,
what you're
I'm
looking
just
for?
saying, like, in general, like, because, like, being here and hearing the presentations and all that, I'm able to ask these questions because I'm here. But, like, if I was at home right now and I was trying to reference the research that the administration pulled, I would have no way to ask that other than to email. So, like, I'm just saying, if we're going to be doing this through the spring, separate town hall meetings, to maybe provide the research that we're going to reference, like, in the agenda or on the website, just so that there's a way for parents to see what the district is looking at.
Just for the benefit of everybody here today and yourself, if you go on to the agenda for the December meeting, I'm sorry, I'll make sure. Yeah, there was an analysis of enrollment. It was a multi-page document. It was, you're asking for 22 pages of enrollment data that the administration provided for us, a 5-year projection, like maybe even longer, of future enrollment numbers. I mean, it's there
No,
right
I'm
now.
not just speaking to enrollment.
Okay.
I'm speaking in general of like, okay, the benefits of having 6th, 7th, and 8th together. What is the research beyond that so that we can see? What's the benefits of having K through 4 versus K through 5? That type of stuff, so that we can see how it's going to impact our kids based off of other districts that have done it, rather than just hearing it's worked here or there.
And I'm not trying to dismiss anything the administration has done.
Right.
I mean, but everybody here understands what I'm about to say. I can find a study to say anything I wanted to say.
Exactly.
So
But
they
that's
could
why I
give you,
would like
I'm
to
just saying, when
see.
they give you the studies, you know, please do your own research.
Oh, 100%.
Make yourself comfortable is all I'm
Yes.
saying.
Well, that's what I would like to do, but I'd also just like to see where, like, this is our community, this is our district. I would just like to see where we're coming from, and then I always do my own. But I just think it's nice to know what we're referring to when we're looking at the presentations.
Okay, and I just want to let you know, and it may have been your phone, all 3 presentations from tonight are on that tab. They're all there.
On the agenda?
No, they're on.
No.
Correct, on the
district
website.
Website.
Under menu, under reports, capital projects, all 3 of them are there.
Correct. I couldn't open them from my phone is what I'm saying.
Open
Gotcha.
them. There, it works.
Perfect.
Is there a way to get that so they're not clicking 4 times to try to find this information?
Yeah, Joe,
Can
maybe
we
could
put
we
it
put
at
that
the
on like
top
a
of the
banner on the
page?
front page or something?
I mean,
Thank you,
I
Joe.
mean, there's not even an indicator that it's in there. They have to know where to go all of a sudden. That's what I mean. No, I understand.
Can we also fix the spelling of capital?
I
While you're there.
didn't write it. But just to address Board Member Reimers, our Director of Communications will have a follow-up posting on our website in the morning, and we will make sure everyone clearly understands where to go to see those documents and any future documents.
Thank you. Even if it's just a redirect or something like that, I'm
No
fine with
problem.
it.
That's
As
why
long
we
as
did the
people-
banners for the feedback, and we'll
Perfect.
continue. Yep.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Romanowski. Next, sir. Thank you for waiting.
You're welcome. Matt Dodge, Quakertown Borough, father of 3 students in the school district. First and foremost, I want to say thank you. Thank you for hearing our concerns back in 2015, 18, and 21 about Quakertown Elementary and the concern of keeping it in the borough. I thank you. I have a student going through right now, just starting, so still has a few years to continue on there. With that, I'm encouraged that you're hearing everything being said tonight and that you're going to take everything to heart and really process the information that you've been given. So kudos to the board and the new faces that are here and the superintendent and everybody who's supporting this project. That's mainly what I wanted to come up here and say. I think most of my questions have been answered through the discussion. So again, just thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge.
Thank you for coming. Next,
Yes,
Mr.
unrelated.
Gerhart. Yep, there goes the next hour. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'll be short.
brought us mine.
Jason Gerhart, Quakertown Borough. I'm a proud parent of 2 Quakertown students, 3rd and 7th grade. So unfortunately, whatever happens to QE, I probably won't get to, kids won't be able to enjoy. I'm over a 40-year resident of the district, a homeowner, an alumni, part of the redistricting committee in 2021, a school board candidate, and currently on the SPAC committee. So I first off want to thank the board for doing this. And I hope not just this topic of capital improvements this happens. I think the board needs to hear from the community, and it's a little different setup for a regular board meeting, so I have these quarterly. You know, do something, get the community out, and hear the concerns, because it's not just capital improvements of QE and different stuff. I also want to thank Dr. Freeman for kind of mentioning in his announcement for this meeting that, you know, the three major issues right now are the elementaries are overcrowded, the QE, it's been neglected for many years and needs some TLC on whether it's the building itself or the property. And the middle school level is not ideal with the grade structure and the things that are going on inside the middle schools. You know, so again, appreciate you looking at some of these ideas. I know you're at the very beginning, basic stages of this. As part of the redistricting, we looked at over 16 options, and we quickly eliminated some of the current options you have on the agenda right now. The biggest struggles with our committee was what to do with the sixth graders, because you know, back in 2017, two current board members voted to close Milford Middle School and Tehickan Valley Elementary School, which didn't help the district. They hurt the district, and now 8 short years later, we're now trying to make more space instead of eliminating space. Dr. Freeman mentioned our 25-year history of changes in the district with buildings and different stuff. Every time we deleted a building, we added a building within 5 to 10 years later. We can't be you know, backpedaling all the time. This project, if it would get started right away, would only, you know, students won't step foot in the front doors for another 4 years. So throughout those 4 years, they are, you know, still having the same problems we're having now, and they're not getting their education like they should be, and that's ideal. So just make sure when we are doing this, we are listening to not only our current parents and students, but also our alumni association, even alumni that has no connection with the district anymore, because their heart is still here in Quakertown community. We mentioned community a lot, but you know, there's also some divide as well. We need to bring that community back and eliminate the divide. Mentioned about a middle school, having a 1,300 square student middle school. That seems a little ridiculous. That's almost as big as our high school, minus one grade. With, again, many concerns with behavior. Leadership there could use an upgrade. You know, so they do, you know, have, again, some consistent discipline. The road, that thing there, 20 years ago, that should have been done. There should have been some type of stipulation or something. If it didn't go in within 5, 10 years, there had to be a way it goes in. Nothing can be done to that school until the safety concerns, number one, are addressed. The behaviors addressed. A lot of what Candace said is 100% true. Part of this aspect committee, that every meeting, middle school behavior, middle school is the issues in this district, and they need to be resolved today, not tomorrow. They mentioned they don't know how many classrooms to be added on to Strayer. But it's been mentioned many times tonight that school over 20 years ago was designed for an addition. There's plans out there that has classrooms. They might not fit to today's needs, but you know how many classrooms can fit on those two wings that all it's doing is extending the current hallways the classroom, the kids are still gonna have to travel the same, direction. It's not gonna help any of the flow of the district, and also the, common areas that were mentioned need some upgrades as well. I understand the auditorium, that's kind of not the thing of now, but there is not just the classroom side, because the school is kind of divided. The better solution for a middle school would be to find land on the western side of the district and build a new middle school and have 2 middle schools again, 6 through 8. And I do appreciate the elementary school staying in the borough. I do not like the demolition portion of it. And I'm sure many other community members don't like that as well. I understand the cost aspect, but the current 6th grade center, I know it's not in the same exact location, and I was always against moving the elementary school 2 blocks, because it does make a major difference. The 6th grade center is, besides Quakertown Elementary, is one of our next oldest buildings. Maybe that building should be demolished. Maybe Richland should be demolished. It's the smallest school next to Quakertown Elementary. Maybe Richland and Strayer should combine and become a middle school campus. Those are just some ideas, but I think the ideas that the facility committee has presented are terrible and should be reconsidered.
So, Jason, I wanted to bring up one quick thing here. When you mentioned about the time frame, and you know how we did want to be discussing this into spring, but we would like to be able to vote on it in spring. The reason is because, yeah, if any plans that we do have and that we do end up voting on at the end of the day, if it's going to take up to 28 months or whatever that, you know, it is going to take a while, and we already know we are overcrowded in the elementary schools, then we do need to act now. I agree with you. We should have been not considering closing QE up until 2 years ago. We should have been making these plans a long time ago. And, you know, Mr. Schrader's report from 2017 had us building a middle school and elementary school on that land in West Pumping Station Road.
That's actually why we bought the land.
Way back when, yeah. So, you know, we do have to make up for the past. Arguing about it now isn't going to help us at all, other than making sure we don't repeat those mistakes. But we are going to need to make a decision soon, and that's why we're not having another whole parent committee, and we're not doing all that. All that work has been done. We have all that data. So at this point, we just have to get all that data together and really make up our mind, because as I don't even remember now, it was either Candace or Melanie had said, you know, we've kicked that can for QE down the road way too long, and we have to make a decision now.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. It's been neglected way too long, and other schools got the attention, and it's been conversation in the community. I just know right now, people, mainly Milford, they say that was the dumbest thing that the school district made. And right now, the 3 schools, include Haycock in there, the 3 schools that Quakertown closed in the last 12 years, they're all thriving. And some of them are becoming our competition. So I understand we got to make a decision. Seems like this big of a project. I know the data's all done. I'm not saying we need another committee. I'm just saying we need to make sure we make the best option and not create more issues, which is what has been done in the past. By the decisions, more issues were created, and we need to make sure we're solving issues, not creating more.
And to that point, Jason, one of the things that I'm coming into this process with, and Chris is right, we should have been doing this 5, 10 years ago to deal with this situation. It was a problem then. And you're right, it's going to be, what did you say, 2028, Mr. O'Donnell? Before we really get into a new QE, whatever it looks like, right? But I think that's important in the sense that taking our time to kind of paraphrase Mr. Kern, we got to take our time to get it right, right? And if we rush into this, if we go in and just make this, hell-bent decision that we're going to, do something right now, we run the risk of creating more problems, to your point. So, as we go through this meeting, the next one on the 25th, if we have others, I'm also a fan of the tours of the building, so people can kind of see what we're looking at and what we're seeing. I just don't want to get into a position where we have to make a decision like that, and then, like you said, we're making some mistakes that we're not going to see for 5 years, and that's a big thing for me.
Yeah, we all know it should have been done, and I know you've been asking for these meetings for 2 years now. March 29, 23, almost 2 years to the day. We're finally having this meeting, and like Mike Post said, he's gone, but said a couple years ago, couldn't have had these conversations, and other things took precedence, new superintendent, multi-purpose field, teacher contract, all this, so now it's QE's turn, and more importantly, the district's turn as doing a district master plan instead of building-to-building projects. So, thank you for your time, and again.
Jason, yeah, thank you. I just had a couple questions for you. I do appreciate your thoroughness and your support, and remember your public comments from before when I first joined the board and working with you on the redistricting committee. Do you recall when we were working on the redistricting committee together, there was options presented for QE, and there was renovations of QE. It was around 19 million mentioned by Mr. O'Donnell. But at the time when we were talking about QE, wasn't there, like, the projections given to us a declining enrollment, if I recall correctly? It wasn't an increasing.
Yeah, but that was, you can make, just like the projections, you can make your capacities whatever you want. We got various numbers for building capacities. Oh, this will work, that will work. Everyone, it's opinion-based. Projections, opinion-based. They said decline enrollment, but again, like Mr. Jackson said, you can get whatever data you want and interpret it however you want or decipher it. You got to do your own investigation. It doesn't take much. You don't even need a piece of paper or any type of document. Walk the halls. Be a student for a day. Be a teacher for a day. Hear what the teachers have to say. Look at how many aides start today, quit by next week. Look at what's happening in your community and not worried about what's happening abroad.
Mm-hmm. I just checked that data while we're looking at some of the numbers and went to the Pennsylvania Department of Education, which you have to require to upload your enrollment numbers. And since we started working in that committee, the actual enrollment has declined every year since we were on that committee. So I just wanted to bring to the fact that we were making, assumptions based on a declining enrollment, and the recommendation was to renovate QE at the time for 19 million. And based on PDE and our enrollment numbers, we continue to decline. So I just, like you just said, it's a crystal ball. Who knows? Understood. But I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Mr. Gerhardt, I want to thank you as well. You always come up with some harsh criticism, and I do appreciate that. However, you came to us with problems and not solutions. So I encourage you to email the board with the options you feel are best, because all three of ours need to be thrown in the trash, I believe, according to you, or fill out the survey. I'd love to see your options, or your opinions. I mean, I think
you personally saw them 4 years ago, but I'll refresh it.
But yeah, no, I mean, that's 4 years. It's happened in 4 years.
A lot.
Oh my gosh.
A lot that
lot
I'd
more
like
gray
to
hair,
wipe off the
less
slate.
hair, all kinds of things are happening in 4 years. So,
absolutely.
no, I would love for you to share that.
Like Dave O'Donnell thanked me for coming, and I said, this is my passion and my wheelhorse.
Absolutely.
So this is where, you know, why I joined the redistricting and kind of being involved. So this is the other educational stuff, nothing against any of that, but policy, I don't understand all that. But,
Understood.
this is my wheelhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhart.
Yeah, thank you for coming out.
Anybody else? Next?
I just want.
Oh, I'm
I-
sorry,
I
Mr.
didn't-
O'Donnell.
I don't recall saying anything about the 19 million renovation tonight. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. I thought it was in the 20 million.
I believe I said 19.
Okay.
It was me.
So, you know, somewhere in that neighborhood. I just want to give credit where it's due. It's not me.
All right.
I think everything's somewhere in there.
Anybody else from the public like to speak, ask questions? Wow, all right.
Please, because if you don't, we're going to start.
Yeah, we're gonna start. I'm serious, like 50 minutes. We're out.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, thank you. I can pare my 2 pages down to
Okay.
3 questions.
Thank you very much. You are all, please stay and listen to us.
Can we move that timer box in front of Mr. Spear?
He needs one. Okay.
Good.
I usually start on my right, and we go this way. I'd like to start on my left. Mr. O'Donnell, I would love for you to ask questions of the experts that you have sitting to your left and the administration, and so everybody else, and we'll do the best to answer them.
I'm going to do my best to not rehash questions that others from the public have already asked, but I will ask that not only the presentations be on the school website, but we do get the admin presentation uploaded to the agenda on board docs, because that was not there.
Mr. O'Donnell, I asked for a shared document for us with all of the presentations and all of the supporting information in there, so that way we can access it at least. But I think you're right. I think it needs to be somewhere where the public can see it.
So my follow-up then is, and I believe I sent an email asking for the supporting documentation.
Can you ask, I mean, Dr. Hoffman has some input on what you're asking.
Our board policy, because this was listed as a board meeting, didn't allow us to add the presentation once the agenda was live for the 24-hour guidelines, so that's why it's not there. So we would have to have a vote to amend the agenda if you want me to add that attachment. Per our policy.
But we've already established that this is a non-voting
I
meeting.
know, but my understanding was that because it was a board meeting, that the rules still aligned.
But
So
why do
I
we
think
need
that
to,
we say-
why do we need to add it to the agenda when we have a website dedicated to it? Why can't we just add it there? What's the disconnect? I don't understand.
Then add a link.
Matter of consistency and having things there for people that are, I didn't know that that was publicly available. Like, I was going to ask for that presentation
No, I
afterwards.
understand exactly what you're saying. My point is, the information's on our website now. Why is it important to you that it be on the agenda that no one's gonna look at after tonight?
Oh, I go back and search agendas all the time.
I'm sure you do, but the majority of the people sitting here
All right,
probably don't.
can we put this on the agenda?
Okay, so that was my
Next one,
ask.
please.
If what we can do to make that happen, I would appreciate it.
I don't think it's a hard ask. Thank you.
One of the things that I did notice in the administration's presentation was the comment that Quakertown Elementary is an important part of our community and we want to find ways to preserve its presence. And I also am concerned, as several members of the community are, that all 3 of these options result in the demolition of Quakertown Elementary. So my question is, and this might be to the Schrader Group, what are we looking to do, or what are we considering, or have we considered, how we can keep elements of that historic building with whatever we end up doing as far as renovation? And I understand we're not down that part, and we're not at the design phase at this point.
So we've actually had discussions about just that. And it's premature, but there are elements of Quakertown Elementary, like the cornerstone, some of the woodwork, stuff that I don't
The sign.
value it,
enter to learn.
whatever it is. I believe that those elements can and should be harvested where it makes sense. That gets incorporated into the design or the interior, and it's that I think what you're looking for has been discussed. It's early yet, but we're sensitive to it.
Mr. Shermer, can I jump in? So, I've been involved with a lot of capital projects over the years, and to your point, there's lots of different iterations. I have been parts of districts where we have created a mini museum within the building. We have created a walkway from the bricks of the former building. We have sold bricks and gotten them engraved. We have we have saved cornerstones, which is a very common practice. We have saved artifacts within the building, all of which can be evaluated as we move forward in the options. Every conversation that we've had, and I think the facilities committee can attest to this, has been about preserving the history of that building and saving things. And Mr. Schrader can attest to it as well. We've talked about, while it is my desire, if we go down the road of a new building, to create modern spaces, it's to continue to preserve what has stood there for a very long time. So that is 100% something that we will continue to explore.
So, I mean, you'll forgive me for asking, but I haven't been privy to all of this. None of these discussions were held during the public facilities meetings. So I do have a lot of questions regarding topics like this.
I have answers.
Okay.
Dave, I personally was somebody for saving the building for a long time. In fact, I had a discussion on the side with Mike Spatafora. I think I may have even brought it up to David Schrader about trying to preserve the whole building. And basically, as somebody that was really advocating for that, even early on when I was talking to Dr. Friedman, I was like, we need to do what we can to save this building and incorporate it into the new design. I was basically, at the end of the day, led to believe that the only thing we really could save on that building is the bricks on the outside. And that would end up making our project cost so much more at the end of the day. And we would still have to build an extensive addition onto it. So coupled with all those things, I don't believe it's in the best interest to try to save the building as a whole, but rather save aspects of it to incorporate into the new building. At least
I don't think I was purporting saving the building as a whole.
Okay,
I was really just looking to see what considerations the facilities committee was making with regard to preserving the historical aspects of a building that means a lot to this community.
Oh, yeah, we'll start having those conversations when we get, when we get
Well,
to.
it's 10 PM and we've been at this since
No,
6 o'clock and
it's not
nobody
gonna
mentioned
happen.
it, so.
It's not gonna happen tonight.
It's months, that's
Yeah,
months
it's
down the
months down
road,
the road,
Dave.
Dave.
Months down
Mr.
the
O'Donnell,
road.
we've been talking about this since 2023 at least, and this is the first that we're really talking about.
Well, let's continue with the questions.
Sure. So again, without rehashing it, we know we need to do something with the situation at Strayer regarding the traffic, regarding the cafeteria, and now potentially regarding the auditorium. Are there any other, are we looking at an opportunity here when we revamp one of these buildings to look at any other spaces as part of a renovation or an addition, to provide any other new programs or features or functionalities? And the reason I bring this up is because, I saw on the agenda for the Education Committee that didn't get discussed some new learning spaces that we're talking about for the high school. Are we looking at incorporating some more modern learning spaces like that at the middle school level as part of this renovation?
Well, the short answer is yes. I feel like I've been pretty consistent that creating spaces for modern education. So that would be incorporated into the additions, flexible learning spaces and things of that nature.
And something for you to consider, just going back to NIDIG, I'm not sure if you were on the board when we redid NIDIG, but I recall.
I was not.
I recall specific discussions with the entire board where they were showing us the plans, the full plans for NIDIG's addition. So we're talking about an addition here, And I remember very clearly, forgive me for being blunt, but I'm not an educator. I don't understand sometimes the way educators think. And the whole concept of that learning stairway and knighting just boggles my mind, and I said so at the time. So we're going to have input in the spaces that Mr. Schrader brings before us. He's not going to bring before us a plan and say, here's what I'm going to do. We're all going to have the ability to put our thoughts
So
behind
you
it.
sold that really well with, I have no idea what I'm talking about,
Well,
but I'm
well,
going to
so
have input.
It's okay, I don't-
let me refocus that.
Most of the time, I don't know what most people up here
The-
are thinking, so.
The short, in all seriousness, the short answer is yes. I think the initiatives that I've brought forward since I've come into the district are a direct indication of how I view learning spaces moving forward. We need to afford our students the opportunity to be in modern learning environments. We need to continue to train our teachers and administrators to work within those confines and re-envision what school looks like. I think, I appreciate the comments that were given tonight by the public, but I think those comments were also with very limited knowledge of things, because they're not, many that spoke are not in our schools day to day. I understand from an outside perspective looking in, based off of how we currently use time, that there could be an assumption made that cafeteria space and buildings might be overcrowded, or I believe it's how we use that space. I believe it's how we use that time. I think I've said that multiple times this evening, and I can assure you that, that's an abstract conversation right now. But as we start to get into this, as Mr. Schrader and his team start to create designs, we can have more specific conversations along the way. And I'm very confident with my experiences, with Dr. Hoffman, with the administrative team, that we can re-envision the use of space and time to drive student experiences in the spaces that we're talking about.
So on the administration's presentation, the slide 2024 additional considerations, I believe it's slide 11. The very first bullet point states that QE should be retained as a K-5 school. Does that mean option 1 is off the table right out of the gate?
I don't believe so. I think this is a very fluid conversation. We were asked, I was asked by the facilities committee, members of the board, to give our recommendations as educational experts. And I will say this, I don't put anything forward. I wouldn't, for, my leadership, I don't put things forward that I wouldn't stand behind. So the options that we put out there are all feasible options. If I had to rank order the options.
That was my next question.
Yeah, so I've been doing this a while. I knew what the next question was gonna be, so.
I feel like
Yep.
you got lucky.
If I had to rank order them, then option 3 would be my preference, but I wouldn't have brought forward any options to the board that I didn't think were of value to the students in this district.
And your number 2?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
K-4?
I think 3-1-2 would be my option.
Okay. So, question for our PFM folks, if you wouldn't mind coming up. There were some options for how we look at this. So of the options that were presented, and you presented quite a lot of information here, and thank you for this. This is very detailed, and this helps me kind of rationalize and wrap my head around it. Of the 3 options and the 4 options, because option 3 has alternate timing, what recommendations would you have, given your expertise? Do you have a rank choice?
We do not. I mean, our job, you know your district far better than we do. So when you determine your needs and what projects you'd like to pursue, our job is to tell you the most cost-effective way to pay for them.
Fair enough.
We would tell you if we thought it wasn't mathematically viable, right? If this wasn't possible within the constraints of Act One, but you have a good amount of time.
And all of these are mathematically plausible. We'll leave it at that. Can I put Ms. Young on the spot then? Because you do know our district and you speak finance. Do you have and yeah, I don't know if you can use the mic over there or not, save you the trip.
So I think that what's most important is what is educationally best for our students, which is not my realm.
That's fine.
But financially, I think that they're all feasible.
Do you have a preference? Or do you need time to come back?
That's kind of putting her on the spot a little bit.
That's why I just offered time.
I don't even know if it's fair to tell her, I'll give you some time and come back with a preference.
Okay.
I think she's a business administrator, right? That she takes care of the finances of the
Are
district.
You're
If you-
referring
if you
to the
wanna-
finance
if you-
options, aren't you, Dave?
Part of our decision when we decide here is how we're gonna finance it, correct?
Sure.
So I'm trying to seek information to make that decision when that time comes.
Both of our financial folks say we can afford it. The budget impact, if we finance the whole boat via bond, is about $4.5 million a year, and it's high. They say we can afford it.
Well, I understand that.
And I believe that we can.
I'm not questioning that, but how we afford it and how we decide to fund it has tax implications based on the option we choose.
Well, that's if we finance the whole boat. That's there's a million what ifs. It's like going to your banker and asking them what car to buy.
Right. The financial people are
Kind of
simply
a silly
saying we can do it, and we can do it in a number of different ways. Each one's gonna cost a different number. They're gonna give us that number. It would be inappropriate for us to ask them, of those options, which is best, even from a financial standpoint, because from a basic financial standpoint, the less expensive one is best. But if they say that, they're not taking into consideration the administration and educational needs, which is what we're relying on these guys to do.
I believe all three options make it mathematically possible for us to solve for any
Right.
of the
So
facilities
all they should do is
options.
give you the numbers. You're asking for her opinion of which is the best. I don't think that's appropriate. I
Vice
think-
President Jackson, can I say something? I just want a point of clarification here. I wasn't exaggerating when I say that I talk to Ms. Young a lot, every day, all hours of the day, about the financial health of this district. I would not be out of line to say, and I love working with Ms. Young. She is so talented, and she is overall fiscally conservative in a lot of ways. She would not let PFM or any of the options come forward if she did not feel that it was in the best interest of the district. I mean, numbers on paper, she can make things work, quote unquote, make things work, but these things would not have come forward if she did not feel that we could viably pay for these in some way, shape, or form. And I can tell you that. So she will be the first to tell you, and she just told all of you this evening that she works in education, but it stays out of the lane of making educational decisions and leaves that up to the other side of the house.
And
so
vice
to say.
versa.
Believe me, I made a comment when I walk into Don's office and I see the ribbon from the calculator across the room, I know to walk right out. So, go ahead.
I can actually just elaborate a little bit. So I think that all of this, as
Dawn, it's not on.
Jamie, it is on.
Oh, it is on?
Oh. Sorry. So as Jamie had mentioned earlier, there are multiple ways that we can incorporate the increase in debt service. So just over the past 5 years, our tax assessment has increased on average 0.84%. So even if we're a little more conservative and say it's 0.6%, over the next 5 years, that will equate to about 5.42 mils that is being required. And then we can also look at our earned income tax revenue, which has increased. That can accommodate as well. So in a silo, just looking at this, it doesn't automatically mean that we have to have a tax increase for this. So there are options. It's hard to evaluate every single potential option based on what the board wants to do, but they're all feasible with the potential that, given other restraints, and we haven't done the budget yet, that those might require some small incremental investments of taxpayers into the district.
Well put.
I thought that was good.
All right, in the interest of time, I'll hold more questions for the next meeting.
Dave, I think we can always send them to the administration or and they'll forward them to the experts if we need to. That's what I kind of pared my list down in
I would,
anticipation of
I
doing
would,
that.
if, you know, being mindful of time, I would encourage board members to send questions my way. We are going to work on making an FAQ and answering all of your questions to the best of our abilities as quickly as possible. So
If we do that, can we promise that we're going to make those answers public? Because like
yeah,
said
that's what I
earlier-
said. We are working on creating a live FAQ that we'll keep adding to in the capital projects.
As long as that covers all the questions, I'm good.
Yep.
I mean, I did send an email that I still don't have some responses on. I mean, if you'd like me to go into detail with those, I could. But I thought in the interest of time, I'd let somebody else go.
Well, whatever's at the will of the board. That's up to you guys.
I'm going to cede my time and let others speak and have an opportunity tonight.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Mr. Kern?
Oh, thank you. When are you expecting a vote?
Who are you asking?
Whoever wants to answer it with authority.
Todd?
I think it was said quite often tonight that we're at the very beginning stages of this, so to expect somebody to answer that question with a definite answer is probably unrealistic.
Good.
I think in the spring, if it's the will of the board and we have the right options and we all agree with it, or the majority agrees with it, then that's when we should vote.
So potentially June.
Potentially.
Okay, the reason I ask is because for something this large, I think it's super important that the community has enough soak time, S-O-A-K. And for me, it could be a year. And I think, thank you for the presentation. I understand going from fuzzy ideas to crystallizing them is an iterative process. But I think so far, I would say the analysis is insufficient, and it's probably, no one's going to deny that. And I think what I would expect to see as we move forward is options being clearly, like if we're talking about a website, a place to curate this information, a place to folks to contribute, we need to have way more clear. Like the starting point was elementary schools are crowded, sixth grade center is being a single grade is not cool, QE needs repairs. And there was no link back. If I look at the final slides, there's no, I couldn't tell you how many students we added, how much of the problem did we solve, and at what cost. I couldn't, and I understand, it's, you all have, well, those of you who have been discussing this really long, it's in your heads, you know it. The rest of us don't. And I think it's super important that we begin to just paint those pictures very clearly so that they're sitting there really obvious, so that folks can actually ask questions on it. How many students are in each affected building? What are we actually doing for them? What's it costing? And accept a period of comment time, because people might want to study some things, they might want to, as we put things out, have more questions on it. And I would also challenge ourselves, two things. One is, this is really fun and, this is a delightful conversation because we're just about to spend 80 million. You get a lot for 80 million or 85 million. But that ain't cool because I would like to see what's the cheapest thing we could do. No idea. I don't know. Modulars. I have no idea. But we don't have any of those cheap options. Like to temporarily, what's the fastest way we can relieve the first problem? I don't know.
Well, I think that's.
I don't
what we're
need any
gonna have to
answers, thank you,
consider.
Mr. Spirit, but,
You asked them.
so these are the things I'm expecting to see in the next meetings as we grow. What is the fastest way to solve some of these problems, so we have something to choose? I also think the Big Bang approach, why are we doing that? Like I could tell by some of the questions, I'm pretty sure you might stage things. You might say, well, here's the first thing we can do with Strayer, as an example, and that'll start filling in some of the holes that we have. So I would like to see a staged approach. I would like to see an understanding that, hey, you know what, we can solve 80% of the problem with 20% of the cost. Cool. Maybe those actual projections, which have never been right, won't come true. So there's a sense of how fast does the problem emerge, and especially the one of growth. What's the rate? Right now you're predicting 55 kids a year. And then what's the rate at which we can solve that problem? You're predicting about 189 kids a year. So right there, it's a goofy way to think about it, but right there, that problem of the 10-year growth is over 10 years. The building doesn't take 10 years to build. So, the rate at which the problem is occurring versus the rate at which we can solve it, what's that look like? Because right now it's a big bang. So anyway, that's my analytical thoughts on beginning to share this more deeply with all, more than the 20 people that are here, so that we're not faced with, like Jason knows, the pitchforks and torches after the fact, right? We want to avoid that. So I think we need to slow down, get more information, sneak up on the answer, figure it out, and not jump to just spending people's money like drunken sailors.
So just as a point, the two estimates are the low end and the high end, 33 months to 41 months, all in. Again, super high level. If we vote on this June 12th, which is the board meeting in June, the 33 months would be up in March of 2028, and the 41 months would be up in November of 2028.
Well, that's one project.
That's one.
That's one.
Correct.
What do you mean?
In other words, that's per building.
So Strayer.
So if we did Strayer, it would be 4 years before we could move the
Well,
sixth graders into
It's
Strayer?
probably a 3-year process total for Strayer. It's probably, then if you were to implement another project after that, you would be doing possibly the design during the construction, and you could probably overlap in the summer, and then you're just another 2 years worth of construction
So
total.
really looking then at option 3 as an example, because this is the one you're talking about. Now you're talking about 6 years
Yeah.
before kids are getting into the new QE.
Probably 5 or
That
6
wasn't
years.
even clear. Did anybody think that's what it was?
Well, that was-
I had no
that
idea.
was one of my
So,
questions, 'cause
again, this
that's
is
what I
just the
thought.
start, and I would just like to be able to get more of those pictures and timelines and visuals out in front of everybody so we can understand, again, the problem and when is it getting solved and how long is this thing, and then we can decide how to spend money and how to do it.
So that
Thank
was
you for
actually one of
letting
the
me
questions, and thank you for kind of
rant.
bringing that up.
Thank you, Mr. Kern.
Thank you, Board Member Kern.
Mr. Reimers.
As we mentioned, the issue now with the timeline, one of my questions was, what is the timeline for each phase of each individual thing? And I'm not asking you to have that necessarily tonight. Maybe you can give me a ballpark, but maybe for the next meeting, you have a more clear timeline for each option. So we can look at, okay, the permitting and all that stuff takes from here to here, all that. What other options did you consider? Did you consider any other options other than these 3?
So these 3 options were provided to us to show whether they worked or not.
you weren't asked to create options that?
We did not create options. This is something that we've spent about 4 weeks on. So it was something that we've just been trying to get information to you folks so that you could generate some of the financial analysis, just so you could get the conversation started.
And I kind of thought that was going to be your answer, so I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And so then it turns to the administration. What other options were considered, and why did we stop considering some of those other options?
I don't believe that we stopped, no one stopped considering options.
Well,
That-
we only sent 3 to Schrader, so why only send 3 to Schrader for them to review and analyze? Why didn't we say, okay, this other option, for example?
Well,
why can't-
as I was gonna
My
tell you.
example would be the 6th grade center as a middle school. You know,
Or
why
how
was
about
that
closing QE? We didn't send that forward.
Okay, that was another option.
And there were 3
just-
iterations that would have included closing QE. We didn't send that forward. The community doesn't want that.
And Brian?
And
that's-
frankly, the
that's what
comment
I'm
that,
asking.
the comment that we don't know what we don't know, we know that QE needs to be renovated.
No one's arguing that.
No, I'm speaking, we know that that's a fact. If not, I'll be happy to host a tour to go take a look at that boiler.
So.
I'll do it, I'll do it for free. I'll buy coffee. Anybody who wants to go.
I'm coming down.
We,
All right?
we,
I don't think anybody's disputing that.
Well,
Okay,
the cheapest,
Dr.
hold on.
the cheapest option is to just do QE. That was presented, 55 million.
And Brian, that option too, and when you finally got around to me, I was gonna mention that. The option 2, which on Mr. Schrader's report there, or Mr. Schrader's presentation just has option 2, keeping 6th grade center as 6th grade center. That doesn't necessarily have to be, and again, this is something we can consider down the road. If we wanted to make the 6th grade center another 6, 7, and 8, and then divide them up. So, again, nothing is set in stone there.
so.
That's,
Okay, but my
let-
question
let-
was,
can I-
what other options
Let me
did
let me
we
answer the
even
question.
look at?
Let me answer the question.
Not, what questions are you gonna ask in 5
So
minutes?
if you go back to the presentation that I gave earlier in the evening, we talked about drivers that help drive decisions and choices. And we identified multiple things, such as remaining in district office, which is part of a bigger conversation. Maintaining Quakertown Elementary School as a school in the borough. Having a configuration that we feel is the most educationally sound for our students, configuring 6, 7, and 8 as our first option. There are other configurations that we can live with. We don't think they're as ideal. But as you start to have those conversations, you can start to eliminate the iterations of ideas. I'm sure Mr. Schrader, even though he deals with a lot of districts and a lot of people, probably remembers a phone call from me that we had a one-on-one conversation, and I said, look, you do this for a living. I need some input to rein people back in because we have a plethora of ideas, and it's growing as we're going the opposite way. We need to start zeroing in as a committee and as an administration. We need to start zeroing in on the pain points of what we're identifying as the immediate needs, as Board Member Kern stated, and we can start identifying clearer options that will address those needs. And so what we brought forward was inclusive of the bullet points that I showed in the presentation earlier. And are there other configurations? I'm sure there are, but we have vetted a lot of iterations of that. So what was presented this evening, there could be parts, there could be the whole, there could be, as Mr. Kern said, different analyses that we look at. But this was not just a knee-jerk pie in the sky, hey, here's a couple options. I mean, we have.
Yeah, nobody said that.
No, I'm just as a point of reference. I mean, we have looked at each of those buildings, the feedback that we've received from the community, dating back in the current, I mean, I have heard in my time here that the QE space could be district office, it could be a CTE building that, you know, we're gonna break away from the tech school and build our own CTE. We could sell it for apartments. We can tear it down and disperse those kids into other buildings. You know, the sixth grade center, we could lease half of it to the IU. The district office could be in there. We could add on to, I mean, I can go on and on and on and on and on. But you start to eliminate those because it doesn't align with the vision and the needs and the feedback of what the community and what the board wants. So we didn't bring those forward because I didn't think they were worth even discussing or pursuing. So,
And that's fair.
Yeah.
And it is. So 2 more quick questions. Your preference is, or at least you've stated your preference is for option 3, which is, you know, the domino effect thing with Mr. Ayer. For the next meeting, would it be possible to just have a rough estimate of how much or how many buses it would take to move the kids that go to QE now, move them over to 6th grade center for the 2 years or whatever it is?
yeah, this
Just
feedback
as
is
an idea.
immensely helpful because it can start to help frame out additional conversations. Absolutely.
My other question, and this is for Jamie and Melissa, and I don't know the answer. So, bond, you know, taking out bonds, are we fixed in a certain length of time, or can we say, okay, a bond can be 18, 19, 20, 25 years, and are they all the same rate? I'm confused about the interest rate on that.
So you're not fixed in a certain term. We can't finance or amortize longer than the useful life of the asset that you're using the money on.
Right.
So,
But if we said 15 instead of, I think I saw 30 on here.
so we did 25. We made them all end at the same point. So the later issues each get a year shorter, if you will. And, you know, that pretty easily matches the useful life of what we think these projects entail. You can do it for shorter. It's just like a home mortgage, though. If you
No, I
do it for
understand that.
15 years, the annual payments go up, so that upfront impact goes, you know, up considerably. And, you know, I'm sure you have other
Yeah, I just wasn't
pressures
sure
in your
about
regular operating
if we were
budget to
stuck,
deal with as
not
well.
stuck,
Useful life,
required
though.
to use a
No,
a
you're not
specific
required.
term of.
You're not required. You can't go longer than the useful life, but, I mean, you can go shorter if you want to.
So Quakertown Elementary was built in 1928, so its useful life, I guess, about
29.
94 years, right? Could
But
we
we
get a
all know
94-year
that
bond?
school districts really
No.
stretch the use part of the life. You know, but 30 years tends to be as long as you can go for the most part, and you wouldn't want to go longer than that anyway, because you get to a certain crossover point. It's different for everybody depending on what their existing debt portfolio looks like, but you get to a certain point and it's not making the payments go any lower to stretch it out further because the interest compounds so quickly.
By that, to me, it sounds like you're saying we have 3 other buildings that we're gonna have to replace in the next 10 years in Poff, Niding, or Richland and all that, so. So, I just wanna make sure people understand that when you say useful life, it doesn't mean at 30 years you have to expect to shutter a building.
It's an IRS.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And then
I
the
appreciate
IRS
that.
puts rules. Yeah. The IRS also puts rules a lot around how long we can finance beyond just the kind of.
Right, yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah.
Mr. Schrader, you have something to say?
Anyway, thank you.
So it's not about the financing. I don't know whether this helps frame this at all, but when we were approached with the general concepts, and they were narrowed down over the last month to get to the point where you see what you see, the The ideas focusing on QE and focusing on the middle school, I think were appropriate focuses, without a doubt, having seen the things we've seen over the years and understanding what the needs of the district are. But the solutions, in the end, if you look at them holistically rather than focusing on pieces and parts, are the right solutions and the solutions that districts tend to adopt to try to solve the same problems you have, which are middle school populations and elementary populations. A number of districts we're working with have built 5-6 centers. So that 5, 6, 7, 8 combination, freeing up the K4 is something that districts have used to solve this. 6th grade center, a number of districts have done that. I know that doesn't change your configuration, but it lets you focus on QE in that case, which has been a focus that folks have been talking about for a number of years. And then the 6-8, you know that so many of your neighbors and other districts around have 6-8s. So it's, to us, it was less a question of, are you focusing on the right buildings because we think the idea to focus on those 2 buildings was appropriate, but the grade structures to solve that possible solution, those are the 3 basic solutions to that. And so when you honed it down to that, these were the right options to look at least from a grade structure configuration. So when I had to frame it in my head over the last month, that helped me a lot to try to figure out how to present it to you folks. So I don't know if that helps or not.
In other words, that, in your mind, that's the major driving constraint. And then that drives the design, so to speak, or the ideas. That's cool. I appreciate that.
All right, Mr. Iosu?
You done? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hempop. Yeah, I know when this options were presented, I had reservations because I was looking at numbers that didn't match some of the information that we had received from the administration over the years, such as declining enrollment, and all of a sudden there's a rebound effect occurring. And the presentation given by the Schrader Group, Mr. Schrader, talked about the predictive enrollment analytics, just trying to figure out that data, I assume, was given to you by our administration. Is that right?
Well, it's Power School that you've been using for several years now for, yes,
Okay.
enrollment projections. Yep.
And that was, I think you had mentioned in your presentation, that was the highest number, is that right? Or is it, like, there was, like, and when we saw projections before, it was like moderate, conservative. I'm trying to figure out where your numbers came from.
Oh, there was, so Power School provides 1, I think, right?
We get 2. We get the conservative and the
The
moderate.
moderate, and the moderate is the highest numbers, right?
Correct.
Okay,
And you typically build around the moderate so that you don't end up short.
okay. So I
Right.
just want to make sure I was okay with that. And then there's also reference by our facilities committee, I think it was Mr. Spear, referencing 830 units, which differed than the Power School projections with the predictive enrollment analysis. If we could share that data that you collected with the rest of the public, that'd be good, and how those numbers came up, because I know we shared that Power School information, and then the numbers that you gave were different, so I just want to make sure
Yeah,
we're looking at apples to apples.
Yeah, the Power School gave, I guess, used a prediction of the 300 and some housing units and what we had counted at the township. Now, what Mr. Ritter sort of explained a little bit more is just because there's an approved project doesn't mean it's going to be built. So we tried to speak to them to see, do you believe that this is going to be built? Do they have all the approvals and everything else? So, you know, how much of that can we really trust? But our number was about 800 and some. Power School was only using 300 and some. So that could actually go the other way.
Sure. So I'm just looking at the presentation that you gave, Mr. Schrader, and your number goes from, in 2024, from a student population total enrollment of 4,789 to 10 years later in 2033 of 5,230 or 5,287, which is showing an increase in enrollment. The actual numbers we got from Power School during the Education Committee on 12/12, which is also posted on board docs, showed the enrollment at the moderate, which would be the high number, in 2023 at 4,740, which would be a declining enrollment. So I'm just trying to figure out how the number changed from our presentation in Power School on December 2nd at 4,740 in the year 2033 to 5,287 in your presentation.
Well, as I described, this is the information from the December 2023 that was provided to us.
Okay.
So that information was not prepared yet when we started this, the new analysis that you've just received.
Okay, so maybe this question for the administration, Dr. Hoffman, the Power School changed within 20 days?
At
Oh, 2023?
So when we
So
were,
you guys are
when
not
I was
2024?
when I was
Okay.
asked to provide this information to them, and when they calculated this, it was done in November, December, whenever, so we only had the 2023 information. The 2024 information then came out, which I updated, but doesn't update their work because that work was already completed. We had a conversation about providing them with the new numbers, but part of this is the administration needing some direction from the board about which numbers you want us to use. So if we use the original Power School numbers, then the enrollment is closer to 4,800. If we add in the additional units that the board had suggested that they want us to use, so instead of the 300 units, the 800 and whatever units, then the number goes up significantly in the 10-year out years because there's 600 more units. So we could just say we're going to pick a number in the middle or whatever, but if we don't come to a consensus on what number you would like me to use for the buildings that may or may not exist in the future, then that, like, past 5 years, we are going to have no way of having a common number. I don't see how we could get there, at least.
So when you're referring to the board, the board collectively is 9 members. You're referring to the facilities committee that gave you the housing number. Is that right? Like, you're referencing that the board gave you the number for the housing units, but it's really the facilities committee that gave you
Yes.
the numbers.
The facilities committee is the one that collected that
Okay.
data.
And this, all right, so the numbers don't match. It's very clear. And you need guidance to figure out what numbers we should give to the Schrader Group.
The current enrollment
Okay.
numbers and our basis of the current enrollment numbers are not as far off as they seem from what you're looking at. They vary in those out years because of the disconnect between how many additional units we want to think might exist. 300 or 800 additional units is a large difference for how many students we might have 10 years from now.
Might be good to just get the reference material so we can have a discussion more broadly.
Yeah, very good. And then I was just noticing, even in the presentation with Power School, that the numbers that are in this presentation by the Schrader Group and also in Power School don't match what's actually reported by the Pennsylvania Department of Education on our school enrollment, which we are required to give them. And the number, I was just trying to figure out what the disconnect is. They're showing our enrollment in 2021 to 2022 at 4,738, and then it declines in 2022 to 2023 to 4,688, and then it declines to, it continues to decline. So the number 4,738 is actually referenced in here 2 years later. So I just want to make sure that the number that we're starting with is correct. That's the only clarification, if we can check on that. I know there's reference to the redistricting committee. Glad that the current administration recognized that. And during that, and it was also mentioned by Jason, who came up, and he was also part of that, but there was a very good analysis of various options that we went through, and it was shared with everyone. I think in line with what we're talking about here, if we can share all the options that were explored and how they were ruled out. Well, not only the redistricting committee, if we're going to use that information for the basis of moving ahead, but also for the current committee on what other, even though we talked about these options or discussed options, just throw the options out there, like for the public to see. These are all the options talked about, so we don't have to regurgitate options. Yeah.
My question to them, or you mean redistricting?
Well, my question to the administration, if we're going to be going through this process of making a selection on options, and if the 3 options are not favorable to the entire board, it would be nice to see the other options, which I gleaned from others. We would like to see the other options, even though we're talking about it verbally. I want to see them in writing, so we could see how they were presented and how they were rolled out. We did that with the redistricting committee. went through a very thorough analysis on how we rolled them out, and I think it's fair to say that having that same type of scrutiny on a facilities committee with more major impacts, with more schools and more community disruptions, it would be wise to share that information. So that's an ask, not really a question, relevant to the options. And then also want to make sure that it was very clear, we did try within that redistricting committee to consider other buildings, but the past administration told us our charge was only looking at elementary schools. We were not able to look at the high school or the other buildings that would be impacted with changes at the elementary level. We were very clearly told any decisions on QE were a decision the boards need to make, not the redistricting committee. So any recommendation we had very little weight, and the board had to make the decisions. So now we're, 3 members of the redistricting committee are on the board, so we have a say, but it's important to keep that in mind that we had a limited scope at times. We were told to be within a certain bumpers. We couldn't look outside the bumpers. And now we're looking outside the bumpers, the total impact on the schools, and I think that's important. And I was always been concerned with the road. I lived on that road, so all the congestion, I have kids that go to middle school, I deal with those roads, and it's a concern from a safety standpoint. So I concur with a lot of the sentiments by members of the public as well as members of the board that anything that deals with Strayer Middle School, first and foremost, has to deal with that road. That road should have been done 20 years ago. I think everyone agrees to that. So that has to be the domino that goes before Strayer, and then such and forth for the analysis as a total. So I'm just making general statements here. In terms of questions, a lot of weight is being put on these decisions based on these numbers, which are very important projections. And historically, the projections we know on our district is a declining or stable or somewhat flat projection, never a rebound. I've never seen that here. And I've concurred with fellow board member, Mr. Kern, who's been on the board a lot longer than I have, and it's always been a continuous decline. And we're seeing a little bit, further to the decline. We have competition. It was mentioned by public comment. We have a number of schools in our area that we compete against, and there is also, if we want to look at projections, what happens if school choice comes to life as passed? I mean, we're going to have a big problem here as a public school, and that's a concern of mine. So I would like to weigh all these variables in our decisions, and if we're basing a lot of this capacity based on these student enrollment projections that are not true, that's a real concern. So I just want to make that statement very clear. I do feel we need a renovation at QE since the beginning, and I want that to occur. How that occurs, or if it's a new building, is up for discussion.
If you recall back to the redistricting committee, I brought to light the historical enrollment data from 1960 to current, and there is a 20-year trend of significant increase in population to the tune of about a 20% increase in population, most likely due to generational drift and shift. And we're at about 25 years since the last big lift. So saying that it's continuously declining isn't a true statement. It fluctuates. It goes up and down.
Okay. But we could also, some of that fluctuation can be taken by our competitors, potentially.
But I would also say, then why is POF at Chumbowersville overcrowded right now? And kids are learning in hallways and things like that.
Yeah, and I also question.
The enrollment's declining.
Yeah, and that goes back to functional space. I've talked to the principals, I've heard from teachers, I've heard from parents. We do give up some of our space to other third parties, and I know I'm over my time, so I do apologize for that. And do we want to revisit our policy if we need the space? Should we be really giving that up to third parties, like LifeQuest or others? So I just want to make sure that we're using it functionally. So that's. I have more questions, but I just figured I'd end.
The RU that we give up space to services our children.
Yeah, but LifeQuest is not.
They service our children.
So the 3 and 4-year-old kids that go to our POF Elementary are part of our. Okay. So there is potential, maybe it's a question because Dr. Hoffman's in here for a while. Is there another space that the daycare could go to instead of POF?
Well, it's not daycare.
It's 3 to 4-year-olds. They're not
It's not
kindergarten.
daycare, it's-
So the IU programming does for the majority service our students. So relocating those would just increase the cost because then we'd have to transport our students to whatever district had room for them. In terms of the Head Start programs and the pre-K counts programs, those do service Quakertown students. So a decision to no longer have those programs in our schools would mean those students were no longer serviced. So that's just a decision point on behalf of the board.
Okay. So that, no, that's just general comments. I think we should be considerate. There are lots of discussions here. I think we'll have more discussions. I'll have more questions I could pose. I know I'm out of time, so I won't go through all my questions, but thank you.
I'd encourage you to forward them, though, to the administration so that they can have answers in the concept of time for the next meeting so that they can answer your questions. I hope they get back to you before that, but, or you don't have to.
Thank you.
I will pare my 2 pages down to one question.
One question.
And it is for PFM or Ms. Young. Could we utilize fund balance funds to offset the increases in our debt service payments until 2032, when that drop-off would happen, to lessen the financial impact, so we could possibly offset tax increases without affecting our bond rating or putting us into unfavorable status?
For how many years did you say?
I believe it would be, we're at 2025, 26, so 2032.
It would be 33 by the time you get after the drop-off.
Okay, so then I guess we'd be talking about like 8 years, maybe $1 million a year in fund balance toward, offsetting
Yeah, turn the
those,
lights back on.
those debt service increases. So we can kind of take the one peak and, if we're at about $40 million in fund balance now, could we use 10 million of that fund balance to offset these new increases and sort of overlap those curves?
So you have to have the debt service phased in no later than 1 year after the completion of the project to your budget. And so that's important. We can talk about some of those strategies on best use of your cash. We have to be careful. There's something that's called an invested sinking fund that's prohibited. So, there are some considerations around that. And, it could have some credit rating implications because you're using one-time money for debt service and not for bricks and mortar, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, it is for bricks and mortar, but it's for, and maybe we can time that or, schedule that so it does work out better. I'm just trying to say, I would hate to see us have this big spike to where we raise taxes too high and then those other debts come off, and as this comes up, then we raise taxes higher than we need, and we basically give the district an open checkbook to say, okay, now you can spend more money because we already raised taxes this time.
Mr. Kern would love that.
So there's limited ability to take it out for that long a period of time. There's more opportunity to use fund balance to allocate how much of an increase you're going to absorb in operations in any one given year
Okay.
during the construction period.
And I would remind Mr. Spear that we have a budgetary workshop next week. You might want to.
Well, I asked this of Ms. Young before. She told me to ask PFM. so-
Yeah, but you might want to, couch the question upon what the information presented at that workshop.
No Christmas cards.
I was waiting all night for that one, too. I feel
That's a
bad
good
making you have
one.
to wait till after 11, but. All right, I'll skip all my other questions and email them.
Thank you, Mr. Spear. I guess I'm going to go back on my word here.
till next time. I'll be happy to defer till next time.
Lions?
All right, I'll be as quick as I can. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of questions, but I just want to address what I'm seeing as a recurring theme from some board members and from the audience. That is something that is very near and dear to my heart, is this idea of declining enrollment and the trends we're seeing in enrollment. And as someone who worked for many years in an alternative school and worked on bringing enrollment in, and someone who grew up in the fastest school district in the state for 20 years, I will tell you that, number one, if we don't take these projects on and improve our buildings and improve our process, then we will be seeing declining enrollments, and we will be seeing people moving out of our district, and we will not be addressing things properly. But that's not why I ran for school board. I ran for school board because I want to be progressive. I wanted us to hire someone like Dr. Friedman, who thinks of things like RIASEC and Portrait of a Graduate, and does things that will improve our district, so that when someone is considering moving to this area and they've got 5 school districts to look at, they're going to come here. We're going to be a destination. That's why I'm on this board, is because that's what I want to accomplish. And to address the other side of this about why are we addressing elementary and middle school and the concern that the enrollment over time goes down in high school, if we address middle school and high school properly, we can stem that drain from people who are looking at alternatives because they're frustrated at what they're getting as an education for their child, and they're not going to go to a charter school. They're not going to go to a parochial school. They're not going to go to a private school because we're giving them the education that they deserve. That's my process on that. And then the other thing is, when we talked about data and everyone went back and forth about you can skew data and everything, I was told years ago by a very smart CEO that I worked for who said, data does not provide answers. Data should make you ask more questions. And that's what we're doing tonight. We're getting data, we're getting information, we're getting questions, we're getting people from the audience, and I applaud that. And I meant to say this first, and I'm sorry. Thank you all for coming. Sitting here for 5 hours. Wow. Dedication, love it, very proud of you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lyons?
Our Vice President.
On behalf of everybody in this room, you get a gold star. Mr. Jackson, that's a tough one to follow.
Yeah, I'm not going to be as quick as he is, but I'll do my best. In response to Mr. Reimer's concerns about options, Dr. Friedman alluded to it a little bit, saying, well, I've heard for years about this option or that option or this option or that option. Those options were the studies that Mr. Gerhardt, am I getting that right? Yep. For some reason I was blanking there for a second. I'm looking at the guy. Those 21 options. You know, I can't speak for the members of the facilities committee, but I'm sure they all had heard those 21 options. And when they began this process in earnest, as they did, I would have been very, very, very upset if they brought before the full board 21 options for us to bicker about. It would be completely...
We'll be bickering about it.
Right. So for them to come out of what they did with 3 options was the correct option, was it correct on their part. Now, you might say to yourself, well, I would have chosen this one or that one, or why didn't they choose this one or that one? Next time, get on the facilities committee and have a say. And I don't know what was all said. I'm just saying, I believe that the 3 options they are bringing before us were likely the best choices. And I'm happy with what they've provided for us in that manner.
And that was my question. I was asking them to justify why these 3 are the best instead of an option that they didn't present, so that way
Understood.
We can understand.
And I appreciate Mr. Iosu's talk about the enrollment, because one of the things I heard from a number of people is how our enrollment's increasing. Now, I disagree with Mr. Iosu in one regard, and Mr. O'Donnell alluded to this. It is historically accurate that our population has decreased significantly since I've been on the board. I've been on the board 10 years. We were approximately 1,000 students, if not more, higher than we are right now when I first got on the board. It has always been decreasing. It is flatlined recently. All evidence suggests we are, if we're not going to stay flatlined, the December agenda has many reports. The Power School things that Mr. Spear was talking about, the whole Power School presentation. There's 6 presentations in the public portion of the December agenda if you want to look at the enrollment data. Going out to 2034, it's flatlined. It is not increasing by any projection, except if we chose to use certain information that the Facilities Committee provided that does inflate the numbers. So my point is simply to say that as this board has continuously said, our population has been decreasing over time. That is not incorrect. It has been. But I believe we're flatlining and we may be going up soon, which is why we're necessary to make some significant considerations of change. I will remind everybody, I apologize for going back in history, I'm going to be very quick about this. It was spoken of before, the property out on Pumping Station Road. Those who wish to remember, we had a full plan for a middle school and an elementary school on that piece of land. We brought it to the board for a vote. If you do not recall, the board voted to proceed with that plan until one member of the board, who's no longer on the board, raised an issue of cost. And for whatever reason, at that moment in time, we stopped. We decided not to move forward with that, and that was when we decided to reallocate everything, and that led to the sale of Milford, the sale of Tehican Valley. Those decisions were made by previous board members. And I'll stand here and admit that I was one of the ones who voted for all of that, so you may do with that as you wish. But QE was always something we knew we needed to tackle. Nobody, and this goes to everybody on this board, and I'm not speaking for Mr. Reimers or Mr. Spear, the vast majority of them had no desire to do anything with Quakertown, because I don't believe until this Facilities Committee came forward with it, I don't think anybody had the guts to look the community in the eye and say, you know what we're going to do, we're going to tear down that old building. I don't think anybody had the guts to say that.
Pumpkin time.
So,
All right, who's got a good ghost story?
right, so there was nobody willing to say, tear down the building until this Facilities Committee said it. So kudos to them, because that's an option that hasn't been considered. Whether or not it's the option that we choose, you know, it's pretty much the only of the 3 options that exist. I think, no, one of them is to leave it alone and go with, was it expansion, they all had something like that. Anyway.
We could do nothing, too.
Right, so kudos to them for making that an option that we have to consider. And lastly, you know, pointing back at the engineer, my fellow compatriot over there, you're going to have to take a hard look at the Strayer. Again, the road, you know as well as I do, if there was an agreement that we have to construct that road when this guy develops it, then there was some kind of agreement as to where that road was going to go that affected his possible development. So we need to figure out what that agreement was, and we've got to figure out what the parking requirements are, because I can't imagine the current parking is adequate, and the borough's going to, the township's going to wag their finger at you and say, hey, you need more parking, and that's going to cause all kinds of unforeseen costs.
I agree with you 100%. I think regardless of which option or where this goes, that road needs to be considered, because that traffic problem is not going to go away regardless of what timeline and what decision is made.
And I'm 100% certain it's SEPTA that owns the line, because
It was Conrail when we were.
It's
when we
SEPTA
did
now.
it.
it's
Yeah,
SEPTA,
it's
we're not, I'm sorry, I'm touting my own personal history. When I designed the Upper Bucks Rail Trail, okay? That was my design. And I met on site with the members from SEPTA, as well as the guy from the PUC, which you're going to have to talk to them when you cross that railroad track. George D. Carly Antonio, I've got his number when you need it, okay?
Wow, that's a name that you have to remember. Right?
So, Mr. Jackson, I did inquire about those plans for the developer, but I believe that they changed, and I don't know if they have new drawings for where exactly that road was going to go all the way behind
right.
Qmart, or
My point
cut
is that
down
there
close.
must be an agreement that tells you where you can and cannot put that road. We can't just do it without consulting him first. That's
No, I agree.
my belief.
Yeah.
I say set up a shuttle to a nice spot for easy pickup, like they do for big venues.
I appreciate everybody coming out. Take the surveys, send emails, tell your neighbors
Yes,
to
invite your
come out,
friends.
please. We beg of you again. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I want to make one quick announcement.
Oh, for the love of God,
I,
Dr.
what,
Friedman.
listen, listen. You're gonna want to hear this. That's fine.
Aye. Hold on.
Go ahead, Dr.
That's fine.
Guys, if you
What
have a
was it?
question, or if you know people that have questions, have them email it to us, because I have a whole list of questions that I'm gonna email in.
Per the request of the board, the links have been moved to the front page of the website, so.
Thank you, sir.
February 25th, which I said at 6